Senate will now be in session. All rise for the arrival of the Honorable Senate President and the Senators of the Republic of the Philippines.
May tao ba? The 59th session of the Senate and the first regular session of the 19th Congress is hereby called to order. The chamber will be led into prayer by our distinguished colleague, our Deputy Minority Floor Leader, Senator Risa Ontiveros.
Lord, make me an instrument of peace. Bless all women who daily strive to bring peace to their communities, their homes, and their hearts. Give them strength to continue to turn swords into plowshares. Where there is hatred, let me sow love. We pray for all women who face prejudice, inequality, and gender disparities. Help us to see and to face the discrimination against women in all the many forms it may take. Where there is injury, pardon. Comfort all women who suffer from the pain of war, violence, and abuse. Help them to become instruments of their own reconciliation and peace. Where there is division, unity. Forgive all women and men who let differences breed hate and discrimination. Let your example of valuing all of creation help us to see that we are equal partners in the stewardship of your world. Where there is darkness, light. Where there is untruth, truth. Comfort all women who struggle in the darkness of abuse, poverty, and loneliness. May we stand with them in light to acknowledge their suffering and strive to remove the burdens of shame or embarrassment. Where there is doubt, true faith. We pray for all women who live in fear of their husbands, fathers, and forces that control their lives. Help them to be empowered to be their true selves through your everlasting love and faith. Where there is despair, hope. We pray for all women who live in the despair of poverty, violence, trafficking, slavery, and abuse. May the light of your love bring them hope. And where there is sadness, new joy. Help us to see the strength and goodness in all women and men. Transform our hearts to celebrate the love and grace of all people. Amen.
Amen. Secretary, please call the session suspended. Secretary, please call the roll of members.
Roll call of members. The Honorable Senator Angara, Senator Binay, Senator Cayetano Alan, Senator Cayetano Pia, Senator De La Rosa, Senator Ejercito, Senator Escudero, Senator Estrada, Senator Gatchalian, Senator Go, Senator Ontiveros, Senator Lapid, Senator Legarda, Senator Marcos, Senator Padilla, Senator Pimentel, Senator Poe, Senator Revilla, Senator Tolentino, Senator Tulfo, Senator Villanueva, Senator Villar Cynthia, Senator Villar Mark, the Senate President.
With 22 senators present, the chair declares the presence of a quorum. Majority Leader.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President,
Sino yung wala?
we would like to, before we proceed, we'd like to welcome and acknowledge some guests from the gallery. Guests of Senator Pia Cayetano, this representation, and our Senate President. The family of the late Chairman Bobby Ongpin. Mr. President, we have with us here Ma'am Michelle Ongpin Calahan, Frank Calahan, Luis Ongpin, Maribel Ongpin, and Dennis Baguio.
Welcome to the Senate, ladies and gentlemen.
We'd also like to acknowledge and welcome in the gallery members of the Standing Committee on Governance and Finance, headed by our dear colleague, Senator Sani Angara. Mr. President, we have with us Mr. Alfredo Ayala, Mayor Vico Soto of Pasig City, Dr. Milwilda Guevara, Dr. Emerlinda Roman, Mr. Juan Miguel Luz, Mr. Ernesto Garilao, Mayor Jimwell Ke, Dr. Shelito Habito, and Dr. Vincent Fabella.
Welcome to the Senate, to the mentioned guests.
Mr. President, we also have with us Congressman Ompong Ordonez of Senior Citizens Party List, Maasin, Iloilo Mayor Francis Amboy, Panukolan, Quezon Vice Mayor Herminio Peñamante, local government of Umalarong, Zamboanga del Sur, headed by Mayor Balong Molina, who is also here. We also have with us, Mr. President, I just saw our good friend, Congressman Khalid Dimaporo of Lanao, Lobo, Batangas Mayor Lota Manalo and Vice Mayor Jerly Manalo, councilors from Sorsogon, guests of Senator Chis Escudero, and Congressman Marlene Adabas from the 6th District of Pangasinan. We welcome them in their Senate, Mr. President.
Welcome to your Senate, ladies and gentlemen, especially the men and women in public service. Thank you.
Mr. President, at this juncture, I move that we dispense with the reading of the journal of the 58th session, Tuesday, March 7, 2023, and consider the same as approved.
There being no objection to the motion of the Majority Floor Leader, motion is approved.
Mr. President, I move that we proceed with the reference of business.
There being no objection to the motion of the Majority Leader, we ask Secretary to proceed with the reference of business.
Reference of business. Senate number 1966, declaring June 21st of every year a special non-working holiday in the city of Bayugan, province of Agusan del Sur, in commemoration of its Charter Day. Senator Marcos.
Further to committees on local government.
1967, establishing a technical education and skills development authority district office in the city of Davao, appropriating funds therefore and for other purposes. Senator Marcos.
To the Committee on Higher Technical Vocational Education and Finance.
1968, identifying tourism development areas in the province of Isabela, mandating support for tourism development, creating the Isabela Tourism Council, appropriating funds therefore. Senator Marcos.
Usapan muna natin. I'll talk to you about it. To the Committee on Tourism, Environment, and Finance.
1969, amending Article 55 of EO 209, the Family Code of the Philippines as amended. Senator Villar C.
To the Committee on Women, Children, Family Relations, and Gender Equality.
1970, regulating the planning, design, construction, occupancy, maintenance, and demolition of buildings, promoting building resilience against earthquake, fire, flood, landslide, storm, volcano, and multiple hazards, within an all-hazards approach to resilience building, enacting a new Philippine Building Act, thereby repealing PD 1096 and RA 6541, and for other purposes. Senator Tolentino.
Committee on Public Works and Finance.
1971, revising and strengthening the definition of the crime of rape, amending for the purpose Articles 2668, 266B, and 266D, and repealing Article 266C of Act Number 3815, the revised penal code as amended and for other purposes. Senator Ejercito.
To the Committee on Justice and Human Rights.
1972, instituting a national comprehensive framework on resilient housing and human settlements, appropriating funds therefore. Senator Ejercito.
To the Committee on Urban Planning, Housing, and Finance.
1973, institutionalizing an emergency medical services system, creating for the purpose the National EMSS Council, appropriating funds therefore. Senator Ejercito.
Committee on Health and Demography, Local Government, Finance.
1974, providing for the enabling environment to foster the growth of public-private partnerships for infrastructure and other development projects. Senator Ejercito.
To the Committees on Public Works, Economic Affairs, Ways and Means, and Finance.
1975, extending the corporate life and strengthening the powers of the Power Sector Assets and Liabilities Management Corporation for another 30 years, amending for the purpose Sections 47, 49, 51, 55, 63, and 70 of RA 9136 and for other purposes. Senator Ejercito.
Committees on Government Corporations, Public Enterprise, and Energy.
1976, enforcing fair traffic apprehension, granting for the purpose compensation to drivers of motor vehicles for improper traffic apprehension, and imposing administrative sanctions for erring traffic enforcement personnel. Senator Tulfo.
To the Committee on Public Service, Local Government, Finance.
1977, regulating the establishment of checkpoints in conjunction with ongoing police operations. Senator Tulfo.
To the Committee on Public Order and Dangerous Drugs.
1978, institutionalizing the transition of the government to e-governance in the digital age and for other purposes. Senator Angara.
To the Committees on Science and Technology, Civil Service, and Finance.
Resolutions. Proposed Senate Resolution 534, urging the Executive Department to ratify the International Labor Organization Work in Fishing Convention 2007, number 188, Senator Villanueva.
To the Committee on Foreign Relations.
535, commending the Philippine government contingent for their valor and acts of service in the rescue and recovery operations conducted following the magnitude of 7.8 earthquake in Turkey and Syria. Senator Lapid.
To the Committee on Rules.
Committee reports. Committee Report 41, prepared and submitted jointly by the Committees on Women, Children, Family Relations and Gender Equality, Social Justice, Welfare and Rural Development, Health and Demography, and Finance on Senate Number 1979, with Senators Ontiveros, Marcos, Revilla Jr., Angara, and Go as authors thereof. An act providing for a national policy in preventing adolescent pregnancies, institutionalizing social protection for adolescent parents, and providing funds therefor. Recommending its approval in substitution of Senate numbers 372, 651, 1209, taking into consideration PS Res 462. Senator Ontiveros.
To the Calendar of Ordinary Business.
Committee Report 42, prepared and submitted jointly by the Committees on Women, Children, Family Relations and Gender Equality, Health and Demography, and Finance on Senate number 1980, with Senators Ontiveros, Legarda, Revilla Jr., and Go as authors thereof. An act to ensure gender-responsive and inclusive protocols and programming to address the gender-differentiated needs of women during emergencies, including public health concerns, pandemics, and natural and man-made disasters. Recommending its approval in substitution of Senate numbers 375, 1339, and 1838. Sponsor Senator Ontiveros.
To the Calendar for Ordinary Business. Majority Leader.
Mr. President, with the permission of the body, I move to consider proposed Senate Resolution number 468, taking into consideration proposed Senate Resolution number 523, and for the Secretary to read the title of the measure. This is the resolution expressing sincere condolences of the Senate on the death of Roberto Bobby Ongpin.
Yes, Secretary, please proceed. There be no objection.
Resolution expressing the profound sympathy and condolences of the Senate of the Philippines on the death of the former Minister of Trade and Industry, Roberto Bobby Velayo Ongpin.
Mr. President, to sponsor the measure, may I be recognized, Mr. President, to sponsor the said resolution.
Our distinguished colleague from Bulacan, the great province of Bulacan, our majority floor leader, is recognized to sponsor the measure.
I'm sponsoring. Thank you po. Yes, Mr. President, thank you very much. Mr. President, first and foremost, I'd like to extend my deepest sympathy and sincerest condolences to the family of the late former Minister of Commerce and Industry, Roberto Bobby Velayo Ongpin. My thoughts and prayers are with all of you. Bobby Ongpin, or Chairman, or RVO, as he was fondly called, was the country's youngest Minister of Commerce and Industry, assuming the post at the age of 42 during the first Marcos administration. As Minister of Commerce and Industry, he made significant contributions to the development of our nation and defended our currency in the wake of the 1983 financial crisis by establishing the Binondo Central Bank, a parallel exchange rate system that allowed the government to narrow the rate gap between the dollar's official guiding rate and the black market rate by directly intervening in the black market currency prices. A brilliant businessman and empire builder, RVO graduated cum laude from the Ateneo de Manila University and earned his MBA from Harvard Business School. He became a certified public accountant in 1958, after which he briefly joined the Philippine manufacturing company, now Procter & Gamble Philippines. He eventually led CICIP Gores Velayo and Company to become Asia's largest accounting firm in the 1970s. SGV founder Washington CICIP called him one of the most aggressive and effective managers he has ever known. Mr. President, after serving in government, RVO built business empires, orchestrated deals that brought the Shangri-La Group into the Philippines, and founded Tagaytay Highlands, PhilWeb, and Alphaland Corporation. He later built his crown jewel, the Alphaland Balisin Island Club, off the coast of Quezon Province. At the time of his passing, he was working on expanding the resort by building another resort on the Patnanungan Island nearby. Mr. President, Chairman RVO was not only a public servant and a businessman, he was also a philanthropist. Since 1988, he has funded thousands of full scholarships at the Ateneo de Manila in the name of his brother Jaime, who passed away in 1987. In 1993, the Jaime V. Ongpin Scholarship Fund was formally established and had grown to fund 200 scholarships in 7 Ateneo high schools nationwide. To date, the scholarship fund has helped 2,207 students graduate from high school, enabling them to go to college and have their dreams within their reach. Mr. President, I cannot forget my celebration of birthday last year when Chairman RVO treated this representation with my dad and shared a lot of stories, ideas, and wisdom. Mr. President, with RVO's passing, we lost a great friend, a pillar of the business community, and a great public servant. But his invaluable contributions to the development of our country and to the lives of thousands of scholars will never be forgotten. Thank you, Chairman. Thank you, RVO, for your life well lived. Your legacy will live on forever, and may God bless us all.
Thank you very much, Majority Leader.
Yes, Mr. President, next to co-sponsor the measure is the distinguished lady from Ilocos Norte, our distinguished colleague, Senator Amy Marcos. I move that she be recognized.
Our distinguished colleague from the province of Ilocos Norte, Senator Amy Marcos, is recognized.
Thank you very much, Mr. President, Majority Leader, my colleagues in the Philippine Senate. Good afternoon. I sponsor with great pride and joy Resolution number 468, my resolution expressing the profound sympathy and sincere condolences of the Senate upon the death of the former Minister of Trade and Industry, the Chairman of Alphaland Corporation, Roberto Bobby Velayo Ongpin. And as we know full well, Bobby Ongpin was known for both his brilliance and his guts, was successful in business as well as in government. Many years ago, Oliver Wendell Holmes declared in one of his landmark cases, rough work, iconoclasm, but the only way to get at the truth. Bobby Ongpin was just such an iconoclast, upsetting, offending, angering many authorities, but he also brought about change, great innovation, and yes, indeed, he brought forth the truth in many, many cases. Like his great ancestor who financed the Katipunan, letting the revolutionaries use his store as a secret hideaway, Roberto Bobby Ongpin was a true business and government revolutionary, pioneering many industries as well as changes in governance and statecraft. In 1979, at the age of 42, he became the country's youngest commerce and industry minister, personally invited with great hesitation by my father, the late President Ferdinand E. Marcos Sr., to join his cabinet after a hugely successful stint at Sisip Gores Velayo, where he converted the accounting firm into the largest professional services firm in Asia. As the Commerce and Industry Minister from 1979 to 86, Bobby Ongpin had to grapple with a deteriorating economy and an abject shortage in dollars, prohibiting the country from borrowing from lending agencies. Young and brash, he personally led the negotiation for financing from the most unconventional sources at the time through world leaders such as the Brunei Sultan Hassan al-Bolkiah, Malaysia's Prime Minister Mahathir Mohamad, Singapore's Prime Minister Lee Kuan Yew, and President Saddam Hussein. Mr. Ongpin was fearless indeed, and finally infamous for what became the Binondo Central Bank, the Parallel Exchange and Currency Network in November 1983. This unique and innovative solution to the lack of foreign currency that was required to import essential goods following the country's 1983 sovereign debt default became historic and indeed game-changing. To the shock and dismay of many naysayers, however, Minister Ongpin's plan was such a resounding success that the World Bank asked his help to save the economy of many others in the same default situation, such as Egypt, which was encountering the same problem at the same time. After leaving government service, Ongpin went to build and rebuild empires, introducing Robert Kwok Shangri-La Group, as well as literally groundbreaking developments from Tagaytay Highlands to PhilWeb to Alphaland Corporation, where he built his crown jewel, Alphaland Balisin Island Club. It must be said that indeed my father and his then cabinet minister, Ongpin, were great friends beyond work and beyond government. He was his favorite, if only because they shared interests in both women as well as upsetting the establishment in every possible way. Iconoclast at last to the end, controversial always, offensive to many of the rich and powerful, history will be Bobby Ongpin's final judge. But the indisputable fact is during the 1980s, under my father's administration, Minister Ongpin, without doubt, saved the country's economy from abject and total collapse. For that, all Filipinos, we should be grateful. Our personal condolences and prayers to his wife, Monica Arellana, his children, Stephen, Anna, Michelle, who is here with us, and Julian and the 4 grandchildren. Thank you, Mr. President, and honored colleagues.
Thank you very much, distinguished colleague.
Mr. President, next to co-sponsor the measure is the author also of resolution number 523, the distinguished lady from the city of Taguig and Pateros, Senator Pia Cayetano. I move that she be recognized.
Our distinguished colleague from the city of Taguig and Pateros, Senator Pia Cayetano is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, I rise to co-sponsor Senate Resolution number 468, which considers Senate Resolution number 523 that I filed along with the Senate President Zubiri, Majority Floor Leader Joel Villanueva, and Senator Chis Escudero, expressing the profound sympathy and sincere condolences of the Senate of the Philippines on Roberto Bobby Velayo Ongpin, the former Minister of Commerce and Industries passing. I'd like to acknowledge the presence of RVO's family who are with us in the Senate today. Michelle Ongpin Calahan, along with her husband Frank, Luis Ongpin, who's there in the corner, his brother, and Maribel Ongpin, his sister-in-law. Today, I join the nation as we mourn the passing of a man with many talents, a business icon, management expert, public servant, entrepreneur, and an overall visionary who left his mark in finance, business, and the Philippine economy. On the 5th of February 2023, Sunday, Bobby Ongpin, also known as RVO, passed away peacefully in his sleep while on Balisin Island at the age of 86. As a certified public accountant, RVO worked at CSIP Gores Villayo and Company in 1964, where he became the firm's youngest managing partner and substantially contributed in making it Asia's largest accounting firm in the 70s. During his years working in the firm, more than 80% of the Philippines' largest corporations had SGV as their auditor. From 1979 to 1986, at the age of 42, RVO became the country's youngest Minister of Commerce and Industry during the term of former President Ferdinand E. Marcos Sr., where he made invaluable contributions that led to the country's flourishing development. I must add, dear colleagues, that he had asked my father to be his deputy minister, and that's how I first met RVO when I believe I was in college. So that was my first encounter with RVO. After his years as a public servant, RVO embarked on building his business empire, which is highlighted by bringing the Shangri-La Group of hotels and malls into the Philippines, founding Tagaytay Highlands, Alpha Land Baguio, Mountain Lodges, Alpha Land Makati's The City Club, and PhilWeb Corporation, among others. Let me take time to talk about Tagaytay Highlands. One day, I visited Tagaytay Highlands with my father, with my family actually. As I said, my father had worked with RVO, so they were friends. And we visited Tagaytay Highlands, and my brother Lino we were all marveling at the beauty of Tagaytay Highlands. And my brother Lino said to me, "This is the kind of job you want. You want to be a lawyer in this kind of place." And I said to him, "I am the lawyer of this place. I had just been hired by RVO. I was about to start in a week or two." RVO and my dad had a meeting a few weeks before that, and RVO told my dad, "Rene, I need a lawyer." And my dad said, "I have the best lawyer for you." And that, my dear colleagues, was me. It is yet to have been seen if RVO agreed that I was the best lawyer for him. It was a dream job because of the amazing projects that were already ongoing, some of which I got to work on. But it wasn't an easy job. RVO was a tough and demanding boss. You could hear his booming voice across the hall with your door closed. RVO is renowned for expressing his disappointment in his loud, booming voice. Sa Tagalog, sisigawan ka talaga. I'm proud to say, never niya ako nasigawan. But I can say that I did disappoint him one time when I failed to get a government approval that he was looking for. I explained to him that there is just no way that we can get it. And he was mad. He was mad at me on the phone. That then prompted me to write him a letter wherein I offered to resign. I said, if I'm not able to do the work, I will resign. Then I get a call in my room, and it's RVO telling me, "Pia, you know I love you. Don't send me those kind of letters." So as was mentioned repeatedly during the tribute to him last week, he was a tough boss, but inside he was a softie. In the mid-1990s, owning a cell phone was still a luxury. Using emails was not even the norm, especially if there was an attachment, because it became too heavy and you will sit there for an hour sending that attachment. So the mode was fax. When RVO left for Europe, I just assumed my deadlines were extended. Lo and behold, shortly after noontime, his personal assistant, Jojo Manalo, would start sending me notes RVO had dictated to her. She would also send me documents with his scribbled handwriting. And I said to her, di ba wala siya? And Jojo says, wala, but he's already awake in Europe and he's sending you all these corrections on the document that he already worked on. Thus, my training in always being ready was solidified under him. There's no such thing as a time difference. There's no such thing as a different time zone. Work is work if you're with RVO. I also learned from him never to say no. That phone call that I mentioned was really just one of the many discussions we had wherein I learned from him to keep on trying, to never leave any stone unturned, to keep on exploring how you can get the job done. So to my dear staff, who some of whom are here, the others who I think are working on with me, if you think I am harsh sometimes, take time to talk to the family of RVO, because aside from my father, he is another man in my life who really taught me that there is no such thing as saying no. You have to always try and never give up. Thus ends my short sharing on my experiences with RVO. In 1993, RVO established the Jaime Ongpin Scholarship Fund, a scholarship endowment in memory of his late brother, which has grown to fund 200 scholarships in 7 Ateneo high schools nationwide and Xavier School, Navali. To date, 2,207 students have graduated from high school due to this scholarship fund, which enables them to pursue further studies and establish careers in nursing, engineering, banking, accounting, and international organization. The nation mourns the loss of RVO, whose enormous contribution to the government service, business, and industry has left indelible marks on the country's economic landscape. The last thing I want to say is this. I never really knew RVO as a sporty man, correct? Not really a sporty man. I can't even say he ate healthy, although I do know for a fact that he would always have a sandwich for lunch. And not a healthy sandwich, like a bacon sandwich, something like that. But interestingly, he always built amazing sports facilities in all his establishments. So in Tagaytay Highlands, I had the benefit of working with him there and being able to take time off in between our meetings to work out in the amazing top of state-of-the-art sports facilities. And although I have not been to the Alpha Land facility, when I was there for the tribute and I saw the listing of the facilities, squash court, badminton court, so on and so forth. That's like, oh, so typical RVO. Always state of the art, always the best. And though he was not a sportsman, always fitness and health facilities. On that note, I join my colleagues in expressing our deepest sympathies to the family. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Cayetano. Mr. President, Senators Nancy Binay and Senator Ramon Bong Revilla Jr. would like to just insert for the record their co-sponsorship speech.
Yes, and myself included. But I just like to manifest that through the years growing up, seeing I'm not very close to RVO, but my father was and my mother was. But I admired with him the developments that he's made throughout the years. Yung infrastructure development, as mentioned by Senator Pia, yung Tagaytay Highlands, what a feat, carving a golf course right on the side of the mountain. And before, people used to say, wow, that must be a waste of money, that's so expensive. But you know, when you enter it, it's like you're entering another country. It's like you're entering, you're in another country. You're in Singapore or a first world European country with the way it's landscaped, the way it's developed. Then he moved on to Balisin.
Yes, Mr.
And people were saying, you're building something in the middle of nowhere in an island that's always hit by typhoons. But look, it's one of the most visited sites, tourism areas in the country, and it's one of the most beautiful places I've ever seen. I've been to a few weddings. I'm not a member, so I have no agenda on this, but to say that I've been there for a few weddings, and it's one of the most beautiful developments I've seen. And then now he's developed Baguio. And now he's made such a beautiful development also in Baguio with these log cabins that I'm supposed to visit one day with my wife. She keeps pestering me about it, to visit that place one day. But so I will, that's why I took it to, I made it a position of mine to file this resolution so that we can honor such a man with that type of vision for our country. And hopefully, in the next generations of developers and future businessmen, they can also come up with those type of world-class facilities for the Filipino people. Because the Filipino people deserve these world-class facilities. So mabuhay po siya, and we like to honor him today. So Majority Floor Leader, without
Yes.
further ado.
Yes, Mr. President, one last thing that I'd like to add, Mr. President. I'm not also close to Chairman RVO, but he is indeed a statesman, and the Bible says, people perish for lack of vision. He is indeed a man of vision. Yung Balisin po, Mr. President, is an island where you can go around the world in one island here in the Philippines.
Sure.
Mr. President, last but not the least, Mr. President, to co-sponsor the measure is the distinguished gentleman from the region of Davao and the province of Bohol, no other than Senator Ronald Bato de la Rosa. I move that he be recognized, Mr. President.
Rolando. No, yes, a distinguished gentleman from Davao and Bohol, the Republic of the Philippines. Senator Bato de la Rosa is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. Majority Leader.
Is that true, Your Honor, that your name is Rolando and not Ronald?
Mr. President, please. I already corrected
Okay.
myself.
Oh,
Mr.
okay, I thought
President.
it was another, I thought he had a second name.
I apologize to my dear friend. Mr.
Ronald
President.
Rolando de la Rosa.
For all intents and purposes, Mr. President, the Majority Leader could have only used simple bato in order
Itaga sa
to
bato. Yes.
avoid confusion. Mr. President, it is with profound grief that I support Senate Resolution number 523, expressing our sympathies and condolences as one Senate on the loss of Roberto Bobby Velayo Ongpin, who died at the age of 86 last February 5, 2023. A formidable and inspiring figure of competence and excellence. That is how we may best remember Mr. Bobby Ongpin. Whatever aspect of his life we look at, we are bound to discover a story of impeccable performance and subsequent success. Be it his academic background, wherein he graduated cum laude from the Ateneo de Manila University, or his success in 1979 when he became the Philippines' youngest Minister of Commerce and Industry, or when he decided to establish a business empire, bringing to the Philippine shores the Shangri-La Group of hotels and malls, as well as establishing Alpha Land and Tagaytay Highlands. But these achievements, Mr. President, impressive though they may be, have a human face, and they pale in comparison to the human being behind them all, the one who mentored and guided others by teaching them the principle, keep it simple. The same one who established in memory of his late brother of a scholarship fund which to date has helped realize the dreams of 2,207 high school students. Sa likod na kanyang mga nakamit sa loob ng mahigit 80 taon, Mr. President, hindi po nakalimutan ni Bobby Ongpin ang pinakamahalaga sa lahat, ang magpakatao. May the all-powerful Lord grant us a restful night and a peaceful death. So goes the night prayer of Catholic priest, which is recited at the end of its day. In many ways, all of us would like to leave this world peacefully. It is not surprising then, Mr. President, that this grace of a peaceful death was granted to Mr. Ongpin, who died in his sleep in February. Marahil, Mr. President, pagkatapos ng lahat ng kanyang nagawa at naitatag, naramdaman niya na panahon na siguro para magpahinga. Panahon naman ng iba na itaguyod ang lahat ng kanyang nasimulan. I wish to express my sincere sympathies to the family that Mr. Bobby Ongpin leaves behind. May his legacy always live on in all of them. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you very much, sir, distinguished colleague, Majority Leader.
Thank you, Mr. President. At this juncture and with the permission of the body, I move that all members of the Senate be made co-authors of this resolution.
There being no objection, the motion is approved.
Mr. President, no other member wishes to interpolate or propose amendments to the measure. I move that we adopt proposed Senate Resolution number 468, taking into consideration proposed Senate Resolution number 523, subject to style. I so move, Mr. President.
There being no objection to the motion of the Majority Floor Leader, the said resolution, resolution number 468, taking consideration proposed Senate Resolution number 523, is hereby adopted by the Senate.
Thank you, Mr. President. May we request the family of Chairman RVO to
We will suspend
receive
session for 1 minute to allow
and
the
move to
family
suspend the session, Mr.
to
President.
come up to the podium and
Yes, Mr.
receive the
President.
resolution.
Thank you.
Session suspended for 1 minute.
from the calendar for ordinary business to the calendar for special orders. Committee Report Number 30 on House Bill Number 3978 pertaining to Marikina City Day. Committee Report Number 31 on House Bill Number 3964 pertaining to Kabadbaran Day, Agusan del Norte. Committee Report Number 32 on House Bill Number 3963 pertaining to Benguet Day. Committee Report Number 33 on House Bill Number 925 pertaining to Araw ng Pasig. Committee Report Number 34 on House Bill Number 3961 pertaining to Antipolo City Charter Day. Committee Report Number 35 on House Bill Number 3965 pertaining to Cordillera Day. Committee Report Number 36 on House Bill Number 3974 pertaining to Summer Day. Committee Report Number 37 on House Bill Number 3971 pertaining to La Union Day. So moved, Madam President.
Is there any objection? There being none, the motion is approved.
Thank you, Madam President. With the permission of the body, I move that we consider House Bill numbers 3978, 3964, 3963, 925, 3961, 3965, 3974, 3971 as reported out under Committee Report numbers 30, 31, 32, 33, 34, 35, 36, and 37 respectively. I so move, Madam President.
Is there any objection? There being none, motion is approved. Consideration of House Bills numbers 3978, 3964, 3963, 925, 3961, 3965, 3974, and 3971 are now in order. With the permission of the body, the Secretary will read only the title of the bills without prejudice to inserting into the record the whole text thereof.
Thank you, Madam President. With the permission of the body and at this juncture, I move that we recognize the sponsor of all the measures, our Deputy Majority Leader. I thought she already read. Quick. Yes, Madam President, I apologize.
House Number 3978, declaring April 16 of every year a special non-working holiday in the city of Marikina, amending for the purpose RA Number 10788. House Number 3964, declaring July 28 of every year a special non-working holiday in Cabadbaran City, province of Agusan del Norte. House Number 3963, declaring November 23 of every year a special non-working holiday in the province of Benguet. House Number 925, declaring July 2 of every year a special non-working holiday in Pasig City. House Number 3961, declaring April 4 of every year a special non-working holiday in the city of Antipolo, province of Rizal. House Bill Number 3965, declaring July 15 of every year a special non-working holiday in the Cordillera Administrative Region. House Number 3974, declaring August 11 of every year a special non-working holiday in the province of Samar. House Bill 3971, declaring March 2 of every year a special non-working holiday in the province of La Union.
Thank you, Madam President. With the permission of the body, I move that we recognize the sponsor of all the measures, our Deputy Majority Leader and the Chairperson of the Committee on Local Government, Senator Joseph Victor Ejercito, to deliver his sponsorship speech.
You are recognized, JB.
We recognize Senator J.V. Ejercito for his sponsorship.
Thank you, Madam President. Honorable members of the Senate, good afternoon. As chairperson of the Committee on Local Government, I have the honor to report back to this August body the following House bills, which were referred to and heard by the committee. House Bill Number 3978 under Committee Report Number 30, declaring April 16 of every year as a special non-working holiday in the city of Marikina, amending for the purpose Republic Act Number 10788. House Bill Number 3964 under Committee Report Number 31, declaring July 28 of every year a special non-working holiday in Cabadbaran City, Agusan del Norte, in commemoration of its Foundation Day. House Bill Number 3963 under Committee Report Number 32, declaring November 23 of every year a special non-working holiday in the province of Benguet, in commemoration of its Foundation Day. House Bill Number 925, take into consideration Senate Bill Number 1681 under Committee Report Number 33, declaring July 2 every year a special non-working holiday in Pasig City. House Bill Number 3961, take into consideration Senate Bill Number 1828 under Committee Report Number 34, declaring April 4 of every year a special non-working holiday in the city of Antipolo, province of Rizal, in commemoration of its cityhood anniversary. House Bill Number 3965, take into consideration Senate Bill Number 1826 under Committee Report Number 35, declaring July 15 of every year a special non-working holiday in the Cordillera Administrative Region, in commemoration of its foundation day. House Bill number 3974, take into consideration Senate Bill number 1835 under Committee Report number 36, declaring August 11 of every year a special non-working holiday in the province of Samar in commemoration of its foundation day. And finally, House Bill number 3971, take into consideration Senate Bill number 1834 under Committee Report number 37, declare March 2 of every year a special non-working holiday in the province of La Union in commemoration of its founding anniversary. Madam President, in considering these local holiday bills, we have adopted the following criteria used by the Committee on Local Government in previous Congresses in declaring special non-working holidays. Number one, it is the founding anniversary or charter day of the local government unit concerned. Number two, it involves honoring a hero revered in the locality. Number three, it involves the commemoration of an event with historical or cultural importance subject to the favorable endorsement of the National Historical Commission of the Philippines. And number four, the number of existing legislated non-working holidays in the locality does not exceed 2. The committee added a fifth criterion, which is the existence of previous executive issuances or proclamations declaring the special non-working holiday in the locality. It should be noted that most of the local holiday bills that we have heard in the committee have been previously declared as special non-working holidays through executive proclamations. By enacting the present House bills, the local government units concerned are discharged from the yearly requirement of securing an executive issuance just to commemorate the respective local holiday. All of the local holiday bills that we are sponsoring today seek to celebrate the founding anniversary or charter day of the local government units concerned and fall under the criteria that we have set. That's all, Madam President. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator JV. Madam President, with the permission of the body, the two senators would like to just manifest for the record their interest to be co-sponsor of the said measures. Senators Go, Lapid, Senators Go and Senator Lapid, Madam President. I so move, Madam President.
Senator Go and Senator Lapid are made co-authors of the measure.
Thank you.
We recognize Senator Tolentino.
Thank you, Mr.
Yes.
President. Thank you, Mr. President. I would like also to associate myself with the sponsorship speech of the chairman of the Committee on Local Government, specifically for the LGUs of Pasig, Cabadbaran, Marikina, and Pasig, Cabadbaran, Marikina, and La Union, and Antipolo, Mr. President. So, Mr. President, these are LGUs deserving of their own peculiar local holidays, different from the yearly presidential proclamations being given out by the Office of the President. Even without the Office of the President's proclamation, these LGUs have institutionalized these holidays, and it has served boost the tourism of the areas concerned. Thank you, Mr. President.
Senator Tolentino is made co-sponsor of the measures of the cities which he had mentioned. And earlier, the two senators, Senator Bongo and Senator Lito Lapid, are co-sponsors of the measure.
Yes, Madam President, and I will add Senator Ramon Bong Revilla Jr. as co-sponsor, Madam Chair, as he requested this representation to also put it into the records.
Thank you.
Thank you, Madam President. Madam President, I move that we suspend consideration of House Bill numbers 3978, 3964, 3963, 925, 3961, 3965, 3974, and 3971. I so move, Madam President.
Any objection? Hearing none, motion is approved.
Ask for a minute suspension, Madam President.
Session suspended.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, at this juncture, I move that we transfer from the calendar for ordinary business the calendar for special orders, Committee Report number 14, the Senate Bill, on Senate Bill number 1594. This is the One Town, One Product, OTOP, Philippines Act of 2022. I so move, Mr. President.
Is there an objection? There being none, motion is approved.
Mr. President, I move that we consider Senate Bill number 1594 under Committee Report number 14.
Is there an objection? There being none, the motion is approved. Consideration of Senate Bill number 1594 is now in order with the permission of the body. The Secretary will read only the title of the bill without prejudice to inserting into the record the whole text thereof. Mr. Secretary, please proceed.
An act institutionalizing the One Town, One Product, OTOP, Philippines program, appropriating funds therefore and for other purposes.
Thank you, Mr. President. To sponsor the measure, may we recognize Senator Mark Villar, Chairperson of the Committee on Trade, Commerce, and Entrepreneurship, to deliver the sponsorship speech.
Our Chairperson of the Committee on Trade, Commerce, and Entrepreneurship, Senator Mark Villar, is recognized.
Mr. President, distinguished colleagues, good afternoon. As the chairperson of the Committee on Trade, Commerce, and Entrepreneurship, it is my honor to present for the approval of Senate Bill number 1594 under Committee Report number 14 in substitution of Senate Bill number 247 by Senate President Pro Tempore Loren Legarda, Senate Bill number 260 by Senator Revilla, Senate Bill number 286 by Senator Estrada, Senate Bill number 424 by Senator Go, Senate Bill number 946 by Senator Gatchalian, and Senate Bill number 1246 filed by this representation entitled An Act Institutionalizing the One Town, One Product Philippines Program, appropriating funds thereof and for other purposes. Mr. President, this is good news for our local producers and inspiring entrepreneurs because after almost 2 decades, we are now sponsoring a bill that seeks to institutionalize the OTOP Philippines program of the Department of Trade and Industry. But before I discuss the salient features of the bill, allow me to ask first, what product do you want to be known for? Anong produkto ang gusto mong makilala ang iyong lugar? When I started my journey as a senator, I was able to visit industries and MSMEs in different localities, showcasing their products that are indeed at par with other international brands. In one event that I attended is the DTI OTOP Footwear Summit. During the said forum, napansin ko na mas marami pang suporta ang kailangan para sa industriya ng sapatos. At ito rin ang akin napansin para sa iba pang industriya. I am certain, Mr. President, that similar to the quality shoes of Marikina, each town and each province has something to offer not only the rest of the country, but also to the global community. I am also proud to inform you, Mr. President, that each of our colleagues' hometowns and localities have a different OTOP. To name a few, in Las Piñas, we have Bicol Express Santol and pork, fruit jams in a bottle, kuchinta, and puto bumbong. In Bukidnon, the hometown of our Senate President, has Tagolwanen Crafts and Hineleban Coffee. Antique has Buri products and Hablon shawls, while Malabon has peanut butter and tote bags. Huh? Patajong, yes. Of course. And Bulacan has leather sandals and mushroom products. Puyo Handicrafts of Cagayan de Oro. Panay Island has piña, apparel, and Capiz has shellcraft. And we also have from Aurora, Sabutan products. This is a long list, Mr. President. Makati also has salad in a jar. Taguig City has upcycled tire inner tube bags and crocheted accessories and wallets. The cacao chocolates of Davao. Camarines Norte and Sorsogon have pili nuts and abaca products. We also have the Ilocos, the famous Ilocos Longanisa and Empanada. Iloilo has shawls, chocolate truffles, and turmeric products. Ocean Fresh Tahong Chips of Cavite. And of course, Tagaytay's Buko Tart House. Clearly, Mr. President, this only proves that our country's rich natural resources, with our country's rich natural resources, we can create quality goods and products which characterize our creative culture with homegrown talents, artisans, and craftsmen. Indeed, truly, proudly Filipino. Nakita po natin na ang iba't ibang lokalidad at probinsya ay merong angking produkto na kilalang kilala sila. OTOP products assist MSMEs from different provinces and towns, and currently OTOP covers 16 regions. Ano nga ba ang OTOP? The One Town, One Product program has been in existence since 2002 and was further strengthened through the promulgation of Executive Order number 176 of former President Gloria Macapagal Arroyo in February of 2003. This is also known as Isang Bayan, Isang Produkto, Isang Milyong Piso, to stimulate local economic activity and sustain the anti-poverty thrust of government. It aims to promote and develop unique quality products native to the specific towns in the country, particularly in rural areas. At present, OTOP remains to be a strategic tool that provides an ecosystem of assistance from national government agencies, local government units, and the private sector. In understanding OTOP, we should know that there are two major components of this program. First is the OTOP Next Gen, and the second is the OTOP Philippines Hub. OTOP Next Gen is the supply side of the program. It focuses on product development initiatives, trainings, and referrals, with the goal of leveling up products in the areas of design, quality, and volume, among others. While OTOP Philippines Hub is the demand side of the program. This provides the physical and online channels and market access platform where OTOP products, especially those which have been assisted via product development, are showcased on a day-to-day basis. We call the people and MSMEs involved in OTOP as Otopreneurs. And in choosing our Otopreneurs, we need potential, promise, and passion. The growth and market potential of the business or the products with the end of getting mainstream in either domestic or international markets. Then, MSME's promise or level of commitment and track record of participation and cooperation. The MSME should be willing to level up and find ways to grow their business. An entrepreneur should be passionate about their business. They should be open to innovation and new models. Entrepreneurs demonstrate focus in their business and willingness to learn. These are just some of the important qualities that we need in order to make OTOP sustainable. Furthermore, OTOP products are identified based primarily on 5 different criteria. First is the culture or the cultural values, heritage, living traditions, local customs, practices, recipes, narratives, history, and beliefs. Next is community resources. It is an important component in OTOP as we need to ensure that raw materials are locally available and the skills and network of resources are within the communities. Another important criteria is the connection. The product should evoke a sense of pride or emotional connection, especially among the locals. They are, after all, the chief ambassadors of the locality's OTOP. Then our products must be creative, unique, and innovation-driven. We want to leverage reliable Filipino creativity and a sense of adventure. Anything that sparks the interest, original and novel, can be that locality's OTOP. And lastly, competitive advantage. Or factors such as tourism, proximity to resources or supply chain, topography, climate, or geographic location provide a certain advantage to a product. The OTOP covers a wide range of products and services. Processed food includes processed fruits and nuts, delicacies and kakanins, pastries and bakery goods, preserved food, sauces, beverage, wine, tea, food, supplements, culinary-based specialty products. As for agri-based products, we have coffee, cacao, agricultural produce, agri-processing or processed meats, and seafood. Another product covers arts and crafts. These include weaves, bamboo, paper artistry, and made from wood. While home and fashion or creative artisanal can be the gifts, souvenir items, furniture, decor, houseware, fabric, garments, textiles, and finally, skill-based services, or the hilot, sculpting, wellness products, essential oils, personal care such as soaps and cosmetics. Ang mga nasa bayan, lungsod o probinsya, sila po ang nakakaalam kung anong produkto na may pagmamalaki na galing sa kanila, na may malakas na potential sa merkado. Some challenges encountered by the OTOP are program awareness, product development, sustainability, technological adaptability, facilities, marketing, and budgetary constraints. Mr. President, Ilan po sa mga dahilan kung bakit karamihan sa mga produkto ay hindi lumalayo sa kanilang lugar ay dahil sa packaging and shelf life. And DTI comes in to ensure and maintain the quality of products. Inaayos po ng DTI ang quality product, our quality through product development and to improve the quality, design, trend, packaging, and shelf life of food. Tinutulungan din ng DTI na magkaroon ng branding ang mga OTOP kasi naniniwala tayo na magaling ang mga Pinoy sa talento sa pagdisenyo ng produkto. Like any other industries, OTOP and MSMEs are also affected by the extraordinary challenges brought about by the COVID pandemic. This slide will show you that there is a decline in the products and prototypes developed under the OTOP program. From 2017 to 2019, there are 17,196. During the height of the pandemic, there are 14,425. And from 2022 to present, there are 8,039 products and prototypes developed. Despite these challenges, it is also worth highlighting that the OTOP program continues to thrive. In fact, the DTI reported that there were 18 OTOP hubs established and 99 OTOP hubs maintained in 2022. Additionally, there are 417 product development and design sessions conducted. The sales generated from 2022 up to this present year amounts to 3.91 billion pesos. This is expected to increase as more locals and tourists expect to travel in the summer season. Para mas lalong makilala ang mga produkto, the DTI conducts monthly trade fairs to showcase products in every region. Layunin din nito na umasenso ang mga MSMEs. Last year alone, there were 540 trade fairs conducted. Moreover, there were 19,123 MSMEs assisted from 2022 up to January of 2023 through skills training and seminars and managerial training on how to be entrepreneurs. To appreciate OTOP even more, my office, in partnership with the Department of Trade and Industry led by Secretary Alfredo Pascual, brought the OTOP exhibit here in the Senate to showcase the craftsmanship, the creativity of our people as they produce exquisite pieces of handicrafts, textiles, furniture, and other artisanal products. I also encourage my dear colleagues and Senate employees and staff to also visit the exhibit outside of the session hall. I urge you all to explore the products on display and discover the incredible talent of our local entrepreneurs and the potential of their amazing products. You can reserve or order products directly from our entrepreneurs. By doing so, we can help our entrepreneurs grow their businesses and create more job opportunities for our fellow Filipinos. In sponsoring this bill, the DTI wants to showcase the OTOP products by providing compliments to the honorable members of this august chamber. To strengthen MSMEs and to support homegrown talents, artisans, and craftsmen, the Senate Committee on Trade, Commerce, and Entrepreneurship filed Senate Bill number 1594 under Committee Report number 14. This bill seeks to institutionalize the OTOP program to promote inclusive growth within communities and stimulate local employment. The reason behind the OTOP program is to support and empower local industries, particularly in rural areas, and create jobs and income opportunities for the people. By developing and promoting local products, the OTOP program encourages entrepreneurship and helps boost economic growth in our country. Section 6 of this proposed bill is the OTOP Philippines Trust Mark, which shall signify that the businesses and products have been marked as excellent in terms of quality, design, value, and marketability, as well as serve as a guarantee of excellence in OTOP Philippines products and service. To attain the objective of this trust mark, Section 10 of the bill provides a package of assistance for MSMEs with viable products in order to develop new, innovative, and more complex products with significant improvement in the areas of quality, product development, design, packaging, standards, and regulatory compliance, marketability, production capability, and brand development, among others. Also, a notable feature of this bill is the creation of an OTOP program office in each LGU, which shall direct, supervise, and implement the OTOP program on the local level, in accordance with the national One Town, One Product Strategic Development Plan. The establishment of OTOP hubs under the program provide an incubation venue for MSMEs' respective product to promote market access to tourist destinations and other consumer-frequented locations. And most importantly, there will be appropriate funding for the implementation of this act. Once enacted into law, more intensive product development sessions will lead to the improvement of existing products per LGU will be implemented, which has cultural values and promotes pride of place. Our trade fairs and market watching activities will provide market exposure to products as well as the MSMEs. This would also increase sales and expand businesses. Further, MSMEs development through capacity building will empower and capacitate LGUs in OTOP program implementation. Each LGU can focus on developing its own products, and each LGU can build its own unique brands or standards. LGUs are now being engaged and involved with the OTOP. They are really part of identifying and pushing for these products. As I end this sponsorship speech, may we continue to patronize and support locally made products. This serves as a reminder that we have come so far in realizing this program, and we still have more to do in order to showcase it to the international level, which is, of course, through necessary support by the government to communities in identifying, developing, and promoting products and services. We can achieve this goal by making our Filipino-made products competitive on the world stage. And with that, I would like to solicit your full support for the passage of this bill. Maraming salamat po, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Mark Villar, Majority Leader.
Yes, thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, before we continue with the sponsorships, I would just like to put on record and welcome our guests from the gallery. We have with us Mayor Cesar Areza of Pagsanhan, Laguna. We welcome him in this August chamber. Together with Congressman Ompong Ordonez, we mentioned a while ago that he's here from Senior Citizens Party List. Mr. President, at this juncture, I move that we recognize to co-sponsor the measure our distinguished Senate President pro tempore, Senator Loren Legarda. So move, Mr. President.
Our Senate President pro tempore, Senator Loren Legarda, is recognized. But before that, we would like to welcome Mayor Areza and Congressman Ordonez to the Senate. Please proceed.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. I thank the good sponsor, the chairman of the Committee on Trade, for expeditiously hearing the OTOP bill and reporting it on the floor today. I think I've been standing here for 20 years since I first filed the OTOP bill, because I know in my first term, it was a program of the DTI, and I filed the measure to institutionalize the one town, one product. And if you will see, I am OTOP from head to foot, Mr. President, from my patajong earrings to the bracelets, which are made by the atis, to this cotton planted in Antique, and the natural indigo dye planted in our barangay, and my sarong, which is also made in Bagtason Barangay, and my rubber and my shoes, which are from Lakat Sustainables from Negros. Mr. President, my dear colleagues, it is my honor to co-sponsor and principally author the bill creating the One Town, One Product Philippines Act of 2022. It's been 20 years, Mr. President. In 2021, the Philippine Statistics Authority recorded a total of 1,080,810 business enterprises operating in the country. Of these, 99.58%, or 1,076,279 businesses, are MSMEs. MSMEs generated a total of 5,461,731 jobs, or 64.67% of the country's total employment in 2021, an increase from 5,380,815 jobs, or 62,000.66% of the country's total employment in year 2020, when the pandemic caused a devastating sharp contraction of economic activity and huge job losses. Based on the report of the Philippine Statistics Authority in 2020, MSMEs contributed 60% of all exports, representing 25% of total export revenues. To add, it generated 2.09 billion pesos worth of sales in 2021, an increase from 1.41 billion pesos in 2019. As a lifeblood of the economy, MSMEs now more than ever should be supported financially and in terms of capacity building. The OTO program is a government intervention that provides priority for MSMEs, first introduced in 2002. 21 years ago, subsequently promulgated through Executive Order 176 by then President Gloria Macapagal-Arroyo in 2003. The bill seeks to institutionalize the OTO program to promote local products from a sector and a locality as their own pride of place. These goods symbolize the unique characteristics and talent of their respective localities, showcasing where they are best at or in areas where they may hold recognition. This leads to the growth of MSMEs in the countryside through the development of indigenous raw materials, utilizing local skills and talents, and featuring local traditions and cultures across the country. It remains to be a strategic tool for inclusive local economic growth, with assistance coming from local government units, the national government agencies, and the private sector. The bill proposes that auto products must meet a set of criteria to be established by the DTI. The product should be consistent with the cultural values rooted in a locality, derive its resources from the community, evoke a sense of connection among the locals, exemplify the Filipino people's creativity and innovation, and draw from a locality's innate or endemic strength. The components of the auto program include product development as a primary instrument of assistance for the auto program, capacity building to address the gaps in entrepreneurial skills, standards, and market compliance to preserve the auto brand as a mark of excellence, and access to both local and foreign markets, as well as product promotion across different platforms. The auto program provides an avenue to support my advocacies in culture and the arts in such a manner that it has encouraged local patronage and gained international recognition. An example is the assistance extended to our local textile industry. Weaving is a traditional industry in various parts of the country, with different provinces known for their respective tropical fabrics such as the Ikat, Tinalak, and Inaul of Mindanao, the Patajong of Antique and of Iloilo, the Abel of Ilocos and the whole region in the north, the weaves of the different tribes from the Cordilleras, Hablon of the Ilonggos, the Piña of Aklan and Antique, among many others. These fabrics are worn by dignitaries and well-known personalities and are even seen on the runways sometimes. I wear them with pride in the Senate and on important occasions, even for simple occasions, to show my passion and appreciation for the weavers and artists. De kalidad din ang kape ng Kalinga, bangus ng Pangasinan, parol ng Pampanga, marble novelties ng Romblon, sapatos ng Marikina, saging ng North Cotabato, mangga mula sa Guimaras, Cebu, Antique, marami pang iba, pati Zambales, marami pang iba. Mga likas na yaman, mga likhang sariling atin na maipagmamalaki natin saan man sa mundo. It is imperative that we encourage and support the establishment of trade and industry conducive to greater productivity and higher incomes through cooperative systems of production, processing, marketing, distribution, and credit services where applicable, especially among MSMEs. The promotion of every product in every town is a movement to make the local economy work, thus promoting sustainable development, growth, and competitiveness of small units of society and the regions, the well-being of the residents, and the quality of living environment. Mr. President, these and many other reasons are the reasons why I wish to associate myself with the proposed measure. And I hope in this Congress, we will be able to pass the more than 2 decades pending measure that will provide a sustainable pandemic recovery. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you very much, distinguished colleague, Majority Leader.
Yes, Mr. President. Next to co-sponsor the measure is the distinguished gentleman from the city of Valenzuela, Senator Sherwin Gatchalian. I move that he be recognized, Mr.
A
President.
distinguished colleague from the city of Valenzuela, no other than Senator Sherwin Gatchalian.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, honorable colleagues in the Senate, a pleasant afternoon to you all. It is my privilege and honor to co-sponsor Senate Bill number 1594 under Committee Report 14, otherwise known as the OTOP Philippines Act of 2022. It is my intent as one of the authors of this measure, having filed Senate Bill number 946 to institutionalize the OTOP program to promote inclusive and sustainable economic development of micro, small, and medium enterprises, or MSMEs, and develop local products and services rooted in the culture and competitive advantage of each town in the country. Mr. President, our MSMEs, as the backbone of our economy, plays a crucial role in generating revenues and creating jobs. Based on our estimation using the available PSA data on 2006, gross value added for MSME sector as baseline, the contribution of MSMEs in terms of value added in 2021 was around 2.3 trillion pesos. In the same year, the sector also provided 5.5 million jobs in our country, or roughly 2/3 of the total workforce of the country. Recognizing the vital role of the MSME sector, this measure will further enable the coordination of our local government units, national government agencies, and private sector to improve the quality and competitiveness of our exports and domestic products. Mr. President, the impact of the OTOP Philippines Act extends far beyond the promotion of cultural products and indigenous materials. After all, it also seeks to draw attention to the untapped potential, local potential that needs to be discovered and supported. Halimbawa na lang dito ang mga produkto ng Valenzuela City. Nakilala man ang aming lungsod bilang industrial city, ipinagmamalaki rin ng mga Valenzuelano ang mga produktong katulad ng Oh-So Healthy Fruit Crisp at maging ang handicraft products katulad ng Ecobayong. Tiyak na mas laro ring maipagmamalaki ni na Senator Bato de la Rosa at Senator Bongo ang mga lokal na produkto nila sa Davao tulad ng tableya, kakao at handicraft handbag. Asahan din natin na mas mapapadalas ang pagpapadala sa atin ng pilinat ni na Senator Chis Escudero at Senator Robin Padilla galing pang Bicol. Mas marami ring mahihikayat pang bumili ng shellcraft na itinatampok sa probinsya ni Senator Amy Marcos, ang Ilocos Norte. At higit sa lahat, mas magiging mabenta ang mga produkto ni na Senate President Mig Zubiri mula sa Bukidnon tulad ng coffee beans, bayong bag at picnic mat. Totoo ba ho, Senate President?
Meron tayo niyan.
Oo. Alam ko marami ho kayong produkto sa Bukidnon. As policymakers, part of our duty is to provide our local entrepreneurs with comprehensive range of support services, particularly in the areas of product development, capacity building, standard compliance, market access, and product promotion, all of which are mandated by this bill. The bill likewise seeks to establish the OTOP Philippines Trust Mark as a guarantee of excellence in OTOP Philippines products and services. It will also direct certain agencies to construct and allocate spaces for the establishment of OTOP Philippines Hub, as well as create an OTOP program office in every LGU. As such, Mr. President, enacting the OTOP Philippines Act will be a game changer in opening up abundant opportunities for our MSME sector. Habang itinataguyod natin ang mga ipinagmamalaking sariling produkto ng bawat bayan, syudad at rehiyon sa buong bansa, mabibigyan din natin ng pagkakataon ang bawat lokalidad na makabuo ng iba't ibang inobasyon sa kanilang mga produkto at serbisyo. Ang pagsasabatas ng panukalang ito ay magsisilbing susi upang mapalago ang ating ekonomiya at makapagbigay ng mas maraming trabaho para sa ating mga kababayan. Mr. President, at this point, I would like to thank the sponsor of this legislation, Senator Mark Villar, as well as the co-authors, Senate President Pro Tempore Lauren Lagarda, Senator Bong Revilla, Senator Jingoy Estrada, Senator Bongo, for their keen insights in drafting this significant measure. In light of this endeavor, I respectfully seek the approval of this important legislation by this August chamber. Thank you, Mr. President.
Mr. President, at this juncture, may I just put on record that Senators
Yeah,
Estrada.
thank you very much to Senator Gatchalian. Thank you.
Yes, Mr. President, as I was saying, let me just put on record that Senators Estrada and Revilla would just like to insert into the records their co-sponsorship speech.
We take note of that manifestation, and I believe
Yes.
Senator Bongo.
I'm about to, he will deliver, Mr. President.
Okay. We'd like to recognize the judge from Davao City and Batangas, noted Senator Bongo, Emmanuel Bongo. Christopher Bongo. Pareho na ako sa
I'm
majority.
Emmanuel, Mr.
Majority
President.
leader. You're Emmanuel.
I'm Emmanuel. And
Christopher
there's
Bongo.
Orlando, Mr. President.
Although
We all found
Emmanuel
out
go
there's no
sounds good
Orlando,
too.
and, Emmanuel means God is with us, Mr.
Yes,
President.
that's correct. That's correct. That's correct.
Mr. President, esteemed colleagues, I stand here to co-sponsor Senate Bill 1594, which seeks to institutionalize one town, one product, OTOP, Philippines program in the country. Mr. President, as one of the authors of this measure, it is my belief that we should always provide protection and recognize the profound and undeniable contributions of micro, small, and medium-scale enterprises, MSMEs, in nation building, continuing national economic growth, and the realization of our economic objectives. Isa po sa backbone ng ating ekonomiya ay ang mga MSMEs. Hindi naman po natin maikakaila ang kasipagan at diskarte sa buhay ng mga Pilipino. Kung mabibigyan lang sila ng tamang suporta, hindi malayo na mas lalago pa ang mga negosyo nila. Mr. President, while we are recovering from the pandemic, naniniwala po ako na sa pamamagitan ng panukalang ito ay matutulungan natin ang mga MSMEs na buhayin at muling pagyabungin ang kanilang mga negosyo. Let us assist them to fully recover. Bigyan natin ng bagong pag-asa ang mga nasa probinsya at palakasin ang kanilang kabuhayan para makaahon sa krisis. To emphasize, Mr. President, according to a report from the Department of Trade and Industry, as of 2020, 99.5% of the total business enterprises operating in the country are MSMEs. Moreover, the sector is also a major employer, accounting for 62.66% of the country's total employment. Under the bill, the One Town, One Product Philippines program will be institutionalized and shall be one of the government stimulus programs that will encourage the growth of MSMEs in the countryside through the development of indigenous raw materials, utilizing local skills and talents, and featuring local traditions and cultures across the country. The DTI and LGU shall make available a comprehensive package of assistance to OTOP program beneficiaries, such as product development, assistance in the designing of new products, packaging and labeling, business skills training, market access, and product promotion. With this bill, Mr. President, we continue to strive for a better and resilient economy. It is for these reasons that I am reiterating my full support for the passage of this important measure, and I congratulate the sponsor, Senator Mark Villar, for prioritizing this piece of legislation. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Bongo. Mr. President,
Thank you very much to our distinguished colleague.
last but not the least, Mr. President, may I be recognized to co-sponsor the measure, Mr. President?
Our distinguished majority floor leader,
It's very,
Emmanuel Joel Villanueva, is recognized.
Emmanuel is God is with us, Mr.
That's
President.
correct.
Joel means the Lord is God.
Oh.
Just to put that on record, so we can learn something today. And I just had
didn't
a
know that.
very insightful and memorable and anointed story shared to me by our distinguished Senate President Pro Tempore today. Just a couple of minutes ago, Mr. President, and I'm still having goosebumps of the story about the name Emmanuel, which is God is with us. But on the measure that we are talking about, Mr. President, I would just like to make a very short co-sponsorship speech. It is an honor for me and a privilege to co-author and co-sponsor the Senate Bill number 1594 under Committee Report number 14, or the One Town, One Product Auto Philippines Act. We'd like to thank and commend our distinguished colleague, Senator Mark Villar, for his hard work on this particular measure. This representation is a proud product, Mr. President, of the province of Bulacan, known as the Northern Gateway from Manila. Among the industries famous in our province are marble and marbleized limestone, pyrotechnics, paputokho, leather, aquaculture, garments, furniture, high-value crops, sweets, and native delicacies, and a wide variety of high-quality native products. This very important measure will help these industries as it seeks to institutionalize the OTOP program of the Department of Trade and Industry and encourage the growth of micro, small, and medium enterprises through the utilization of indigenous raw materials, local traditions, and cultures across the country. Mr. President, in statistics given to us by Philippine Statistics Authority, they reported in 2021, 99.58% of all business enterprises in the country are MSMEs. Accounting to about 5.46 million jobs, or 64.67% of total employment. According to DTI in 2022, the OTOP program was able to assist 15,777 MSMEs, develop 5,150 products and prototypes, and generate more than 2.5 billion pesos in sales. That's why, Mr. President, I'm glad that this measure aims to offer assistance packages to MSMEs, help rural communities develop their local economies, and become more innovative and market-oriented, and encourage the coordination of efforts among government agencies, local government units, and the private sector to develop and market Philippine export and domestic products. Mr. President, I remember po when we had the parliamentary exchange in France, headed by our Senate President Mig Zubiri last October 2022. I was personally amazed by how certain products being exported to other countries can easily be attributable to certain region or province in France. These include Bordeaux wine, Roquefort cheese, Corsican olive oil, etc. It is our hope, Mr. President, that this measure will help our domestic producers to be more competitive in the international market and have our local products like Guimaras mangoes and Davao's chocolate be linked to or known by their originating provinces and cities. This will not only promote trade, but also yung support po for our MSMEs. It will create more jobs and even boost our tourism sector. Muli po, Ginoong Pangulo, maraming salamat sa ating sponsor, kay Senator Mark Villar. Makakaasa po kayo sa ating buong puso na suporta sa pagsasabatas ng panukalang batas na ito. Maraming salamat, Ginoong Pangulo, dear colleagues, and may God bless us all.
Thank you very much, distinguished colleague. And as a supporter, strong supporter of the One Town, One Product bill, I'd just like to make mention that I, together with Senator Risa Ontiveros, when we were in the Committee on Cooperatives, she was my vice chair, many cooperatives actually had endeavored to come up with all these One Town, One products, and they become very successful cooperatives, and they branched out into other products that they're now either exporting or selling within the region. But before we take up the bill any further, we'd like to recognize with us today in the gallery, Mr. Majority Leader, if I may, because these are my kasimanwas from Negros. We have with us Mayor Javi Benitez of the City of Victorias is with us, the son of Mayor of Bacolod City, Albi Benitez. We also have the Vice Mayor, and all these councilors are with us as well. Mayang hapon sa akong mga kasimanwa, and welcome sa inyo na Senado, inyong Senado. And is there anyone else who will wish to sponsor the measure, sir?
None, Mr. President. At this juncture, I move that we suspend consideration of Senate Bill number 1594 under Committee Report number 14.
Yes, and before we act on the motion, this is a happy bill. I hope we can
Yes.
pass this right away. And I'm sure,
We're targeting by next week, Mr. President,
Perfect.
to finish everything because
Amen.
a lot of our colleagues are very supportive of this particular measure.
amen to that. So therefore, no objection to the motion. The measure is suspended.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, at this juncture, I move that we transfer from the calendar for ordinary business to the calendar for special orders. Committee Report number 41 on Senate Bill number 1979. This is the prevention of the Adolescent Pregnancy Act of 2023. I so move, Mr. President.
There being no objection to the motion is approved. May we ask Secretary to read the title of the measure?
An act providing for a national policy in preventing adolescent pregnancies, institutionalizing social protection for adolescent parents, and providing funds therefore.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, I move that we consider Senate Bill number 1979 under Committee Report number 41.
There being no objection to the motion of the majority floor leader, motion is approved.
Mr. President, to sponsor the measure, may we recognize our Deputy Minority Leader, Senator Risa Hontiveros, Chairperson of the Committee on Women, Children, Family Relations, and Gender Equality, to deliver the sponsorship speech.
Our deputy minority floor leader is recognized.
Sure.
Salamat kaayo, Mr. President. Magandang hapon po. Happy International Women's Day to my female colleagues and to all Filipino women and allies of women. Today, I rise to sponsor Senate Bill number 1979 under Committee Report number 41, or the Prevention of Adolescent Pregnancies Bill. I thank my co-authors, Senators Amy Marcos and Bong Revilla, who filed similar bills, and Senators Sani Angara and Sherwin Gatchalian, who filed resolutions that the committee considered in the deliberations for this committee report. Mr. President, there are thousands of adolescent Filipinos who have already begun childbearing and are about to face the hard realities that come with the entry to parenthood. Among these pregnant girls and young fathers, many of them will have come from rural areas, will not have finished their education, or will have come from families who live in the lower wealth quintile. While teen pregnancy in the country has been declining, data that some experts still question since we were in lockdowns for more than a year, a worrying trend among very young girls has emerged. There was a recorded increase in cases of pregnancies in the 10 to 14-year-old age group. Some of them are elementary school children who will now be carrying a child while still just on the cusp of their own adolescence. These are thousands of students whose education will be disrupted at the very least and ended at the worst. Teachers like Neme Guangco of Aklan have seen these stories firsthand. He had to babysit the child of his grade 9 student who had to be brought to school every day. Pasalamat at may ganitong kababait na mga guro, pero di maramihan ito at hindi dapat pasanin ito ng mga guro sa dami ng mga pasan na nila. For some students, however, pregnancies spell the abrupt end of their education, such as the case of 16-year-old Christine and her 19-year-old husband who had to drop out of school due to adolescent pregnancy. Teen pregnancy costs a young mother as high as 83,000 pesos a year, with NEDA estimating that the Philippine economy loses as much as 42 billion pesos in lifetime income. These macro-level numbers are easy to quantify, but for our young parents, their losses may be incalculable in terms of lost opportunities or missed chances. Ito po ang dahilan, Mr. President, kung bakit sinusulong ko ngayon ang panukalang batas na ito. SB number 1979 seeks to address the issue of adolescent pregnancy through various methods, such as the faithful implementation of comprehensive sexuality education and the delivery of necessary sexual and reproductive information and services to young Filipinos when they need it, when they ask for it, and when they seek it. Para din po sa kaalaman ng lahat, ang SRH services po ay para sa mga teens lagpas sa edad na 15 years old, the recommended age by the UN, DOH, and non-government organizations based on the evolving capacities of adolescents. Pag mas bata sa 15, kailangan pa din ang pahintulot ng magulang or responsible adults designated by the state. In all cases, may mandatory counseling po by accredited social workers. The bill also seeks to provide social protection to our young parents, such as maternal health care services, postnatal family planning, parenting workshops, and psychosocial support for the young parents, among others. In addition, the bill also seeks to strengthen the referral pathways in cases of sexual violence against adolescents by instituting mandated reportorial requirements when there are observed and identified signs of abuse. Ito ay alinsunod sa mga batas natin gaya ng raising the age of sexual consent na pinasa natin at mga kampyon ang ating Senate President at ating Majority Leader. Nais ko din ibahagi na tiniyak ng panukalang batas na ito na maging culturally sensitive. Kasama sa TWG, ang National Commission on Indigenous Peoples at ang National Commission for Muslim Filipinos. Gusto ko pong ibahagi sa inyo, Mr. President, lalo na po sa ating colleague na si Sen. Robin Hood Padilla, na tinanggap po namin ang lahat ng mga proposed amendments ng NCIP at NCMF. We cannot afford to have children having children, Mr. President. It is our duty as legislators and as parents to provide the next generation of Filipinos the knowledge they need to empower themselves to make informed decisions as they grow into adulthood. By doing so, we will be allowing more young Filipinos to choose the timing and the manner of how they enter parenthood, if or when they choose to do so. Maraming salamat po at muli po, Happy International Women's Day. Salamat kaayo, Mr. President.
Thank you very much, distinguished Deputy Minority Floor Leader. Just a question, ma'am, if I may. The law that we passed on the
Raising
age of
the age.
sexual,
Yes.
raising the age of rape, of what you call statutory rape.
Yes po.
Wouldn't this be considered statutory rape if they're below a certain age anyways?
Salamat for pointing that out, Mr. President. If they are below 12, regardless of the circumstances of the suspect or perpetrator,
Correct.
pasok na po yon sa statutory rape, pasok na po sa protection against statutory rape bilang paglabag sa age of sexual consent. If they are above 12, but they are still minors, but close in age, not more than 3 years older po,
So,
yung
yes.
suspect perpetrator, pasok naman po sa exclusion
Yes.
from
So you mean
prosecution
if
for
there's a
that crime.
relationship,
Opo.
there's a romantic, what you
Yes.
call the Romeo-Juliet relationship
Yes, Mr. President.
between the same age at nabubuntis.
Opo.
That's
And
what
yan-
we're trying to avoid.
That is what we are trying to avoid, Mr. President. And the exclusion here is for those close in age consensual relationships that are proven non-coercive and non-abusive, Mr. President.
Okay. All right. We will study this further. Thank you for sponsoring this measure, which is another happy bill of your committee to protect women and children.
Salamat
Thank
kayo,
you.
Mr. President.
So, Majority Floor Leader?
Yes, Mr. President, as you mentioned, study further the particular measure. I move that we suspend consideration of Senate Bill number 1594 under Committee Report number 14. So move.
15, Sorry, 1979, under Committee Report number 41.
Yes, Mr. President, my mistake. It's suspension of suspend consideration of Senate Bill number 1979 under Committee Report number 41. So moved, Mr. President.
Objection to the motion of the Majority Floor Leader. Motion is approved.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, at this juncture, and with the permission of the body, I move that we transfer from the calendar for ordinary business to the calendar for special orders, Committee Report number 42 on Senate Bill number 1980. This is the Gender Responsive and Inclusive Emergency Management Act of 2023.
There be no objection to the motion. Motion is approved. May we ask the Secretary to read the title of the measure?
An act to ensure gender responsive and inclusive protocols and programming to address the gender differentiated needs of women during emergencies, including public health concerns, pandemics, and natural and man-made disasters.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, I move that we consider Senate Bill number 1980 under Committee Report number 42.
There be no objection to the motion. Motion is approved.
Mr. President, to sponsor the measure, may we recognize our Deputy Minority Leader, Senator Risa Ontiveros, Chairperson of the Committee on Women, Children, Family Relations, and Gender Equality, to deliver the sponsorship speech.
Our distinguished colleague, the Deputy Minority Floor Leader, is recognized. Senator Risa Ontiveros.
Salamat kaayo sa liwat, Mr. President. Mr. President, I rise today to sponsor Senate Bill number 1980 under Committee Report number 42, or the Gender Responsive and Inclusive Emergency Management Act of 2023. I thank my colleagues and co-authors, Senators Loren Legarda and Bong Revilla. This bill arises at a critical time as we begin to see the end of COVID-19 policies in our country. It is an opportune time to revisit our country's emergency management system to determine whether or not the more vulnerable among us fall through the cracks. Despite our country's significant strides in closing the gender equality gap, the COVID-19 pandemic has brought to harsh light the gendered and intersectional issues that women and girls continue to face. This makes us disproportionately affected in times of emergencies. Dahil higit na mas maraming kababaihan ang kabilang sa informal economy, mas malala ang hagupit ng pandemya sa kanilang kabuhayan. Further, gendered expectations at home have overburdened women and girls with increased unpaid care work. Malimit, ang babae ang pumapasa ng mga tungkulin na pangalagaan ang mga may sakit, gumabay sa online class ng anak, habang ginagawa ang iba pang mga gawaing bahay at pagkasahin ang budget ng pamilya. With women and girls confined to their homes and shelters, they often become targets of violence. Plan International Philippines also found that 17% of women and girls have witnessed gender-based violence outside their homes, while 56% of them saw online violence against women. Women suffered from inaccessible reporting mechanisms due to the harsh COVID-19 restrictions that hampered both mobility and access to information. This issue is a global phenomenon, as Filipino migrant women have also suffered from increased labor exploitation and abuse by their employers. Impediments to sexual, reproductive, and mental health services for women also prevailed during emergency situations. Major disruptions occurred in sexual and reproductive health services during the COVID-19 pandemic. Moreover, the numerous pressures and burdens that women face during emergencies highlight the need to ensure the consistent availability of mental health services. These multifaceted issues that women face during emergencies necessitate a comprehensive and multisectoral bill that will guarantee the protection and empowerment of women even during emergencies. It further fulfills our legislative duties outlined in our Constitution and the Magna Carta for women to commit to protecting the women and girls in our lives and ensuring gender equality. This bill aims to effectively prevent and respond to the gendered issues that women and girls face through the following: devising a national preparedness and response plan that addresses the differentiated issues and needs of women, prioritizing women and girls in emergency response, especially those who are at the most risk, strengthening gender-based violence preparedness and response systems by ensuring that GBV services remain accessible and unimpeded, guaranteeing the availability of sexual and reproductive health goods and services, ensuring the continuity and availability of mental health services, improving education systems' responsiveness to emergencies that consider the obstacles in education, institutionalizing protections for women, migrant workers and their children, rural and indigenous women, and locally stranded women. Mr. President and my dear colleagues, on this very day, International Women's Day, I am honored to sponsor this bill to protect and empower women in emergency situations. May we leave no woman or girl behind, especially when they are most vulnerable. Let's build back better. Let's build back better together with women and girls at the heart and center. Salamat kaayo, Mr. President.
Mr. President, to co-sponsor the measure is our distinguished Senate President pro tempore, Senator Lauren Legarda, and she requested that her co-sponsorship speech just be inserted into the records, Mr. President.
We take note of the manifestation of the.
Thank you, Mr. President. To allow our colleagues to study further the measure, I move that we suspend consideration of Senate Bill number 1980 under Committee Report number 42. So moved.
There being no objection to the motion, motion is approved.
Mr. President, this juncture, I move that we take up some privileged speeches, and I so move, Mr. President.
There being no objection to the motion, motion is approved.
Mr. President, today being a International Women's Day, I move that we recognize the dashing Senate President pro tempore, Senator Lauren Legarda, to deliver her privileged speech.
Our Tita Ganda of the Senate, Senator Lauren Legarda, Senate President pro tempore, is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. I rise on a matter of personal and collective privilege. Mga kaibigan at kabaro, ilang taon ba natin uulit-ulitin ang mga panawagan natin tungkol sa pagiging patas, sa pag-aalis ng diskriminasyon at sa pagpapantay ng mga pagkakataon? How many ways can you say these buzzwords and remain relevant? In communications, there is such a thing as desensitization. Eventually, individuals and maybe even societies zone out on the same things repeated year after year. Thankfully, this year, the United Nations decided that the theme will be something rather fresh: Digit-all. Innovation and technology for gender equality was chosen for 2023. Stephanie C., founder and CEO of Thinking Machines Data Science, and a 2019 Towns awardee when she was just 30 years old, marveled at how the world has transformed in just 10 years since she was 20 years old. In her interview with Tatler, she says, and I quote, "Tech is a huge disruptor. Most of the societal changes of last 10 years have been because of tech. If I had to guess, I would say the next 10 will be about climate change," unquote. I believe it will be women whose shackles have been cut that will innovate to carry us through the climate crisis. They will be the ones inventing the mechanisms and the means to keep the homes humming in the midst of calamities and challenges. And yes, we will find a way. The intersection of these two disruptors cannot be overemphasized. Technology has increased connectivity among people in ways we could not have imagined. A solution can catch like wildfire, being adopted by millions of people once it spreads. But like any tool, it can be misused or blunted. What we may need to do is use technology for better policy making, inform ourselves of conclusions to be derived from big data, in order to surgically address the issues that beset us. The world has changed so much that solutions that worked just a few years ago might no longer be on point. There are, of course, some prescriptions that remain the same. Reducing tobacco prevalence, which we have been able to do by a few percentage points over the last 8 years or so. Increasing exclusive breastfeeding rates, which, while far from the 50% target of WHO, is already higher than previous rates. Keeping girls in school is problematic due to the pandemic, but prior to it was mostly due to teenage pregnancy, just discussed by our Deputy Minority Leader, averaging 200,000 per year. Some issues might surprise us. When I first heard about unpaid or underpaid work from the UN Women, I realized that it was an issue that was invisible to us, to me. It is difficult to imagine the true monetary value of the hands that patted your bottom as a child to put you to sleep. The ones that scoured gardens and markets for what to put on the table to eat. The feet that trudged kilometers to fetch water to cook or to drink. The grandmother that raised her grandkids, or the solo mother that raised her children single-handedly. I suppose monetizing this has not been foremost on the agenda, partly because it is priceless. But that recognition of its pricelessness has prevented our society from addressing this gap with policy. The advocates for valuing unpaid work have come up with 5 R's as our to-do list. We must recognize it, reduce such labor by helping make such work easier and more efficient, redistribute the burden by having others help, actually rewarding such work, and finally, representing the sector and giving them a voice. The lesson to be learned here is from Albert Einstein, and I quote, "We can't solve problems by using the same kind of thinking we used when we created them." Climate change and the pandemic have afforded us the opportunity to look for new solutions, to innovate, to frame our issues differently, and perhaps find the tipping point where we have not been looking before. Until we are able to think of our situation in an integrated manner, with feedback loops for every drawn scenario, and using the digital tools available to us, we will be left with solutions that are tried and tested but too slow to actually matter. Simple lang po ang ibig sabihin niyan. Ang mga hamon ng ating panahon ay magkakaduktong at ang paglampas natin dito ay nangangailangan ng lakas ng lahat ng bisig at ng kolektibong kaisipan. Kapag naiwan ang kababaihan sa tahaking ito, ay hindi tayo makakarating sa kabila. Maraming salamat po. Happy International Women's Day.
Happy International Women's Day to you too, my dear Senate President Pro Tempore.
Mr. President, if I may just give a very short manifestation, just to put on record my appreciation and commendation to our Senate President Pro Tempore, Senator Lauren Legarda. We would like to associate with the privileged speech of our Senate President Pro Tempore. Republic Act number 6949 declares March 8th of every year as a working special holiday to be known as National Women's Day. And we recognize, Mr. President, it's a great opportunity for us today to recognize the contributions of women in nation building and in social, cultural, economic, and political development of our country. I remember, Mr. President, that data given to us by United Nations Women, only 48.3% of the indicators needed to monitor the sustainable development goals from a gender perspective were available in the country. In particular, there are gaps in key areas such as unpaid care and domestic work, and key labor market indicators such as the gender pay gap, as already mentioned, Mr. President, by our distinguished colleague, Senator Lauren Legarda. The Philippine Development Plan 2023 to 2028 aims for deep economic and social transformation to reinvigorate job creation and accelerate poverty reduction. This transformation or growth must be inclusive and must create an enabling environment that provides equal opportunities for all. So again, Mr. President, we join our colleagues, we join our distinguished Senate President Pro Tempore Senator Lauren Legarda in greeting our kababaihans. Happy International Women's Day, and may God bless all Filipino women.
Amen. I agree with you totally and absolutely. And as you know, the true commander-in-chief in the house is actually our wives. And without our wives and our mothers and our sisters to guide us every day in our life, I don't think we men will be what we are today.
We're still the head, Mr. President. They are the neck.
They're the neck.
Wherever the neck leads the head. The
If I
head.
may,
Thank you for that
Mr. President.
information.
Mr. President, Senate President
Yes.
Pro Tempore.
No, I am grateful that the majority leader did not just listen and the Senate President did not just listen to the speech but actually commented. And you actually acknowledge the unpaid care
Yes.
and unpaid work. Hindi po namin
Yes.
binibigyan ng presyo yung paghanda ng pagkain yung mainit pag uwi ninyo. Diba? Nagkatrabaho rin kaming babae, pero pag uwi, aalagaan pa ang ilang anak, tapos
Correct.
aasikasuhin yung budget ng bahay, pag may sira sa plumbing, pag may problema sa kuryente, pag may problema ang emosyon ng mga bata, pag may away ang mga kasambahay, pag may problema sa opisina, sinong sasabihan ng asawa o ng kapatid o ng anak? We handle and bear everything. Especially solo parents who are women, right?
Yes.
So the unpaid care, hindi kayang presyohan, the unpaid work, hindi kayang matumbasan all the women working here. It's 6:30 almost. Uuwi pa sa bahay pag uwi alas 8, alas 9. Sino ang magluluto? Sino mag-aalaga ng mga anak ni Attorney Garcia ng mga bata? Sino? Alangan naman si Comelec Chair na may trabaho din. Kaya talagang napakahirap and I say this kasi ako po ay nandito sa bulwagang ito. Ang mga anak ko ay 8 years old at 5 years old na ako'y nagbabalangkasan ng batas. 1998, my children were 8 and 5. So there's some pain and regret, but it's also the work that we do. And
Absolutely.
I sometimes shed a tear when I think about it.
Yes.
Yeah. So you appreciate your wives, and we appreciate all the women of the Senate who are working with us up to late. And still when we come home, we can't just lie down, even if you have a helper or a yaya. We still have the unpaid care. Naiyak ako. The unpaid care.
Yes.
Hindi kasi
No, I totally agree with the lady senator from Antique and the Republic of the Philippines. I see your passion for all the women, and we also see the importance of women in society. They're super women. All women are super women. I am a certified mama's boy, so I'm proud of it, and I tell everybody that. And I'm a certified fan of my wife. I'm UHAW, Union of Husbands Afraid of Wives, but actually, we're not afraid. We just love our wives, that we don't want them to be angry at us.
And I'm
So-
sure the deputy minority
Yes.
leader, who's also a solo parent, she was a young mother when
Yes.
her husband died and she had to raise her children. Up to now, raising her children. And even if they're past college, you still, raise children into adults, you raise adults. So it's never, so the unpaid care and undervalued work
hindi kayang bilangin o tumbasan ang trabaho ng babae. May trabaho sa opisina, may trabaho sa bahay, may trabahong pansarili, may trabaho sa partner, sa asawa o sa sarili. Hindi po madali.
And I'd like to say as well, put on record, that the 19th Congress is possibly the Congress with the most, or the Senate with the most number of women legislators, senators. I think so. I haven't seen this much women.
7.
We are 7, I think there's 7 lady senators in the 19th Congress. So we're all capable, strong, competent leaders. I just want to put that on record. And by the way, the minority floor leader is also a member of my group, Uhaw. Yes. With his dear wife, Kat.
Mr. President,
With his dear wife, Kat. I know because they're best friends with my wife.
I think no one can dispute that, Mr. President. Everyone's scared to even open the Pandora's box, Mr. President. But Mr. President,
Let's not go there.
kidding aside, Mr. President, I'm just so appalled to join our Senate President pro tempore. It's really immeasurable, Mr. President. The sacrifices and the things that our parents, our wives are doing for us, for the nation, and for this world. In 2 days, Mr. President, my mother will celebrate her 3rd year in heaven in 2 days, Mr. President. So I just remember her, and again, without her, I am not here, Mr. President.
We're nobody without our mothers.
Yes, Mr. President. I just want to put that on record, Mr. President, that hindi ko kayang bayaran at hindi kayang palitan yung mga sakripisyong ginawa sa atin ng ating mga magulang.
Absolutely.
Thank you. Mr. President, with the permission of the body and at this juncture, I move that we resume consideration of Senate Bill number 1841 under Committee Report number 21. This is the strengthening the conservation and protection of Philippine cultural heritage. So move, Mr. President.
There being no objection to the motion, motion is approved.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, the parliamentary status of this measure is that we are now in the period of interpellation. And so I now move that we resume the period of interpellations and debate and recognize the sponsor of the measure, our Senate President pro tempore, Senator Loren Legarda, and our Minority Leader, Senator Aquilino Coco Pimentel III, to ask questions. So moved, Mr. President.
We recognize the sponsor of the measure, Senator Lauren Legarda, and to interpolate the measure, our distinguished Minority Floor Leader, Senator Coco Pimentel III.
So we will just continue with our interpellation, Mr. President. So to shorten the procedure, Mr. President, this representation will just go direct to the point, no? Direct to the apparently, this is my impression, Mr. President. Apparently, the measure under consideration wants to or intends to amend an existing law, which is Republic Act number 10066, more comprehensively than we initially thought. We thought it would all be about introducing this concept of cultural mapping. But upon examination of the bill, we find that, for example, there are we are changing the categories from the 6 categories. We are now adopting the grade level style, which is grade 1, grade 2, grade 3. And then we also find that there is an additional power given to the appropriate cultural agency to motu proprio declare a cultural property as falling under grade 1 or grade 2 level. And then we also find that the grade 1 or grade 2 level property shall be entitled to the following privileges, and the measure grants an additional privilege, which is the priority government protection for all national culture treasures or national historic landmark sites or monuments in times of armed conflict, natural disasters, and other exceptional events that endanger the cultural heritage of the country, as well as a new paragraph E in section 7, which is priority protection from modification or demolition resulting from government projects. Government projects that may potentially affect the integrity of any grade 1 or grade 2 level property must have the Commission's approval at their planning stages prior to their implementation. And of course, the fourth subject matter that we have observed is the introduction actually of a new concept, which is the measure uses three terms, Mr. President: visual impact, visual sight line, and line of sight and visual corridor, Mr. President. So these are the topics which this representation will concentrate on, Mr. President. The four, more or less four subject matters that we find to be included in the measure, which in our opinion is beyond cultural mapping already. But we can accommodate this by changing the focus of the measure, but then we will have to go to the substance of each and every new concept, Mr. President.
Yes, Mr. President, we agree with you. And let me just state, Mr. President, among those that you read into the record, the issue of the modification already exists in the present law of the 2009 National Heritage Act. No? It's simply a change of nomenclature, Mr. President, and all of these are already actually being done in practice. This is not new, Mr. President. The implementing rules and regulations of the National Heritage Act include this. We simply want to strengthen it by making it part of the amended legislation. You will recall yesterday, we cited the Supreme Court case on the Torre issue that said that it needed an enabling legislation. And that is the reason why we are including the protection of visual sight lines, core and buffer zones into an amendment. This is very important, Mr. President, and I would say that this is part of cultural mapping because, and this only refers, Mr. President, to monuments. How many monuments do we have who will be affected? This is not going to be for homes. This will be for monuments, right? Historic selected monuments, so that the Torre issue will not happen again.
So we will proceed in an orderly manner, Mr. President, one by one.
Yes.
Of the four topics, and we will when we come to the visual sight line, we will ask the number of monuments which will be covered or affected. Okay, sige. Mr. President, but before I start with the four subject matters, let me react to the statement of our sponsor that these are already being done on the ground or being implemented as of the moment. But precisely we have noticed that the measure introduces the legal basis to do all of these things. So if these are being done, may we know the legal basis for cultural agencies to be doing these things, Mr. President?
Because, Mr. President, it is implied in the existing law. We are simply specifying it, clarifying it, and it is included in the implementing rules and regulations of the 2009 law. And there is a presidential decree that also covers what you mentioned, PD 260. PD 260 would include some of the provisions that you had mentioned. Yes. The motu proprio declaration is part of the PD 260, Mr. President. And the sight line and the grades is part
of the implementing rules of the 2019 law. Let me just state, Mr. President, existing laws, in particular RA 4846 and PD 260, already grant the NCCA and the NHCP the power to declare national cultural treasures, important cultural properties, national historical landmarks, national historical sites, and national historical monuments without a request from the property owner. The proposed provision will also grant the other cultural agencies to declare important properties even without consent of the owner in order to achieve the spirit of the law, which is to protect the nation's heritage from diminishment. And according to the NHCP, in recent years, they only used the power to motu proprio declare during instances where a certain cultural property is in danger or threat. And these include, the Rizal Memorial Stadium declared the National Historical Landmark in 2017 amidst news of possible sale and subsequent demolition. Burnham Park declared as a historic site. So these are some examples where the existing old law of 2009 and PD 260, which already grants NCCA and the NHCP the power to declare these different levels of importance. So it is included in the PD, but we are amending it, Mr. President, so that there's more clarity. Kaya nga po sinasabi ko ay hindi po to bagong-bago. Ito po ay pinapractice na, ginagawa, pero siguro dahil alam naman nyo, abogado kayo, para patibayin pa ang aksyon ng mga taga-NHCP at NCCA sa dami po ng mga nagtatangkang manira ng ating kasarinlan ay minsan sila pa ang nahahabla or hindi matibay ang kanilang pinanghahawakan. Kaya po linigay po natin to. And I would like to say, Mr. President, that this is part of culture mapping. Or let me say, this is a threat to the culture that will be mapped. Imagine if the stadium would be demolished and would be made into, I don't know, a mall or a high-rise building, or if Burnham Park will be shoveled away and the lake will be taken out and will be made into something else and many more, or a car park or something. Even there was a time the Ifugao Rice Terraces, they were going to build a multi-level car park there. Ang dami-dami po. Kaya nga po, binibigyan natin ng tibay ang batas. And this is part of culture mapping because the sightline, the buffer zone will all be part of the culture of the place, of the LGU that can be mapped, that will be part of the history of the place, of its people.
So, Mr. President, because if the power already is provided by an existing law, it would be not advisable just to restate it. So, actually, we are not. From the answer, I get the input that it is not a mere restatement of the provision of the PD. We are actually amending it, and we are actually expanding now the power of the cultural agencies. May we know in what sense are we now expanding the power? Because that's the concern of this representation. That's the purpose of this interpellation. Because new concepts, new powers are being introduced. So if we can identify, so meron ng existing law, PD 260, which covers shrines, monuments, landmarks. Okay.
Yeah.
Now, because of this measure, we are amending this, we are expanding this. Mr. President?
Mr. President, as I mentioned, under RA 4846 and PD 260, it granted the NCCA and the NHCP. Under the NCCA, Mr. President, there are other cultural agencies of government. So there is a need to expand the power to allow all cultural agencies, not just the NCCA and the NHCP, but also archives, library, etc., for properties under their respective jurisdictions. So we, huh? Yes, we have the chair of the NCCA who was formerly head of the, no, you're still head of the archives, right? Archives, there's so much under threat. Yeah, from archival materials. So it is important to grant them the power to declare archival materials as national treasures. As
So,
important
yes.
cultural properties. If the Archives Commission, National Archives Council Commission, National Archives is not given the power, then they would have to go to NHCP. And if NHCP says it is archival, maybe it's not part of our turf. So in short, nagkulang po yung ating 2009 law. Kulang rin po yung PD 260. This so-called expansion, in your own words, clarifies that cultural agencies belonging to the National Commission on Culture and the Arts would be given the power to exercise the declaration of what is an important cultural treasure. And the archives is an important,
Sige.
is an example.
Thank you, Mr. President. So let me just pursue this topic, which is actually number 2 on my list. No? Second. So in the example given, Mr. President, by our sponsor, is that the power that we are referring to found in paragraph F of section 8 to be amended under section 4 of our measure found on page 15, line 7, starting on line 7. Yun po ba yun? Yun po yun. That is the correct, an appropriate example of the exercise of this power found in a new paragraph, Mr. President. And I will read the paragraph for the record, Mr. President. Section 8, Article 3 of RA 10066 is hereby amended to read as follows. Section 8, Procedure for Declaration or Delisting of National Cultural Treasures or Important Cultural Property. The procedure in declaring as well as in delisting a national cultural property or an important cultural property shall be as follows. A, B, C, D, E, existing law, and, this is the new one, F, the appropriate cultural agency may, motu proprio, declare a cultural property as falling under grade 1 or grade 2 level.
Yes. Mr. President, I am told that the NCCA simply wanted clearer language to avoid confusion. If addition of motu proprio may seem like adding additional powers to the NCCA, we can agree, if it's a contentious issue to you, to remove this from the current legislation and keep the status quo with agencies declaring as provided by the PD. So what I'm saying is that, yes, it is covered by PD 260. Yes, it is covered by 4846, and all the agencies are covered by NCCA. NCCA inserted this provision so that there's more clarity, but actually they can still use the power which they're doing now under the current law. Liniwanag lang po na ang ibang mga ahensya sa ilalim ng NCCA ay maari din. But if you are not comfortable with this because you think it is an additional power, I think the bill can stand without that, if you are uncomfortable with that provision.
If we do not pursue paragraph F, that means we will now be left with the current procedure. And
Yes.
current procedure is that the affected property owner will first be notified. Tama ba yan? Yeah, notified through a petition.
The property owner can petition, will petition. The property owner, the current practice is the property owner will be notified by the NCCA. Yes, the property owner will be notified. The current practice.
Correct. That's the
the
current
present
practice.
Yes.
Because actually, whatever shortcut the PDs may have given,
Clear NCCA.
we believe are deemed repealed, if not expressly or impliedly by subsequent legislation, especially 10066 RA, Mr. President.
Right now, okay, just so that it's clear, if there is a historical structure, the NCCA will declare it as such.
Yes.
And the property owner will be informed after the declaration. That's under the current law. Under the current law,
yes.
the property owner will be
Yes.
informed of the declaration.
Correct. So,
The agency will inform.
correct. So,
Declare first.
That's why, declare first, then inform the property owner of the declaration.
yes, the current law provides a procedure where we are better assured that due process, in the sense of notifying affected parties, is involved or is respected. Because kung motu proprio, maybe sabihin ito, Mr. President, is paggising bukas nung property owner, covered na siya, hindi niya alam. Yun po yun ang malaking difference dito. Unlike if we stick to current procedure,
Yeah.
pagising mo bukas, may petition pwede, pero alam mo, hindi ka pa covered. So that's the, I think there's
Mr. President, we can live with the present practice.
Yes, Mr.
We can live. So,
Yes.
I will yield to your better judgment, and because I'll admit it, I want so much for this to be enacted into law.
But may
It's
we,
about
may,
time.
may
But
we,
I will yield to you. We will just strike that out.
but
the
may we
period
be
of-
enlightened
Yeah.
who requested for this power and
The
what is the
NCCA.
rationale? So that
Okay.
so that we will just know. Sige
The
lang.
NCCA, Mr. President.
And then the rationale is just they want to shortcut just to have an
No,
expedited
they wanted-
procedure.
We wanted to provide clarity because right now,
We dispute.
they wanted to provide more clarity. Because right now, it's only the NCCA, and they inform the property owner after the declaration, but they also wanted to empower the other agencies within the NCCA. But they can live with, in short, they wanted to be very strict because of too much demolitions, because of circumvention of the laws, because we felt that the law is inadequate or unclear, and that is why in recent years, if not a decade since the law was enacted, since 2012 when the RRR was done, so much of our heritage just went to dust. So honestly, if I were to be followed, I would have this, and I want it to be as strict as possible, but because we work in a democracy, and I will agree if this is a deal breaker. Rizal Memorial Stadium was declared motu proprio. It's an example, Mr. President. That's why they exercised this under the PD 260. They could live with the PD, but to have this in an amendment to the law would be stronger. So this motu proprio, not ruling, but exercise of motu proprio is used sparingly. When there's already a raucous, when there's already an outrage, then they use it. And remember, it's not just the chair. This is a whole board of so many. I sit in the board, so many, ilan ba tayo, 30, even with the Senate represented, with Congress represented. So out of the courtesy, if the owner is private, they are usually informed. But this is really, in the history, never used or abused. I would rather err on the side of being strict. As we've seen in the past years, if not decades, we've lost so much of our heritage sa mga walang pakialam, sa mga lumalabag sa batas. At kung hindi maiingay ang heritage conservationists, ay siguro mas marami pang nawala. So, if you were to ask me, the reason why I agreed to include this as an amendment to the old law is because I'd rather be strict. But I understand your position, Mr. President, and I will yield to you if you think the motu proprio provision must be deleted. So it is motu proprio provision would be used for public structures, not private homes, which are old houses.
It's not clear in the measure.
So my suggestion, Mr. President, is if you want to keep it, we would be happy to receive the language in which you will help us with so that it is limited to public structures and used sparingly. However, if you are not comfortable with it, I will yield to your better judgment and live with PD 260 and the old law. So we abbreviate our discussion and they can live with the existing law.
Thank you, Mr. President. And the existing law mentions number of days then for the process to
there's a
go
process.
forward. So
There's a
siguro
process.
we just be strict with the number of days. Ano naman. Baka yung mga motion for extension, i-deny nyo na lang. Kasi lalo na po.
Yeah.
Diba? For as long as we follow the law, that is the essence of procedural due process. Notice,
So,
notice and hearing first.
Wala na.
So, Mr. President, now I'll go back to my first point. That was my second point, and we seem to have come to an agreement that we can do something about it. My first point, Mr. President, is the grading, the grade levels, Mr. President, grades 1, 2, and 3. May we know where did this come from, Mr. President?
That's an existing law.
Is this from a treaty? Is this from a practice of a model country? Or is this an original concept which we came up with here in the Philippines, Mr. President?
IRR. Oh, the grading was, the grading is contained in the implementing rules and regulations of the old law.
So it's an original concept. Yeah, IRR was drafted by the Filipinos here in the Philippines. So
Yes.
this is an original.
I am told that it's an original concept in the
Concept?
Philippines done in 2009 in the IRR,
Okay.
right? Were you here already, 2009? Yes. Okay, I'll just check if, yeah.
It was just a way of putting equivalence to
Yes.
NCT and.
Yes, yes. Okay, yes. Is it done in Hong Kong as well?
They have grade 1.
Yeah, there are grades also in Hong Kong, but I'm not in Singapore as well. I'm not familiar how they do it there. It's probably not original. It's probably likened with other jurisdictions, other models like Hong Kong and Singapore, because we know that grading properties, we're grading the highest significance. We want categorization to include other UNESCO inscribed declared properties. So I can go on and on with a different grading. So it's actually a good idea because we can't just say, like, how do you compare, let's say, a monument and a house, right? So grades are important. Grade
So-
1, grade 2, grade 3. Grade 3 would be those which are significant to local governments but may not be significant nationally, right? Yes, we are equating existing categories to grades.
Yes. I noticed that from the six categories we now have 3 grade levels, but with on a per grade level, there's an enumeration of some categories. So is this a case, Mr. President, of the law catching up with the IRR? Nauna si IRR sa law. We are now adjusting the law so we will reflect the IRR, Mr. President.
Mr. President, because the law which we authored in 2009 was it was good, but general. And the IRR went into more details, and that include the grading 10 years ago, right?
Has the IRR ever been questioned before
No.
any court, Mr. President?
No, Mr. President, not to my knowledge.
Okay. Okay, so
I am told that in 209, we must have missed some categories. We must have missed some categories. That's why we are completing the grading. We are completing the grading.
okay, so yes, that's correct, Mr. President, because the enumeration of the cultural properties in the 3 grade levels would be greater than the 6 original categories. That's why maybe we need to define some of the new
Yes.
phrases or names or entries that we have introduced in the grade levels. For example, ito ba yung napansin natin?
Sige, can I-
Ito po napansin namin, Mr. President. Sa grade 1 level, what are World Heritage Sites? What is the memory of the world? Na-mention ko na ito kahapon. What is the World Network of Biosphere Reserves? And what are global geoparks and wetlands of international importance?
so
Sa grade 2 level,
So exciting. This is
sa grade 2 level, we need to define what are historic centers?
course, we must.
What's a classified historic structure?
Yes.
And what is when is a structure deemed bearing a historical marker?
Okay.
And
Mr.
in the grade 3 level,
Wala ito sa-
iba, all other cultural properties registered in the Philippine Registry of Cultural Property.
Wala nang tuon.
And why did we use presumed to be important cultural properties?
Isang bato
So,
sa
yes, Mr. President.
Imagine all of this, Mr. President, were not part of our 209. You know, I was part of this Senate and I was co-author of this. But you know, we learn and we know, and it's missing.
Yeah, yes.
Everything that you
So-
said. World Heritage Sites, these UNESCO list of intangible cultural heritage, memory of the world register, which will refer to documentary heritage, like archives of the medical documents, let's say in Culion, in
Archives,
Palawan,
archives.
the World Network of Biosphere Reserves. It should refer to terrestrial, marine, and coastal ecosystem considered by UNESCO to be of world significance. Our global geoparks are unified geographical areas where sites and landscape considered by UNESCO of international geological significance. Wetlands like the wetland of Las Piñas of Senator Villar of international importance or Ramsar sites. ASEAN heritage areas. Ang dami po. And I have a whole list of definition of terms, Mr.
So
President.
we will define all of this,
Yes,
Mr. President.
we have to
Okay.
define it. Kasi po,
This will be proposed as individual amendments or
committee
committee
amendment.
amendments. Okay, so
Yeah.
okay,
Mr.
so
President. Yes, kasi nga, nakaligtaan natin
Archives.
209, hindi natin ginawa. Pwede pa kayo.
so I am happy with that response or reply, Mr. President. Okay, we will be able to define all the terms which need clarification or definition para maintindihan yung batas kasi it's really a complex law and later on we will go to the constitutional doctrine of void for vagueness, Mr. President. That is what we want to avoid. Okay. We will want to avoid that. I do not think we want the 19th Congress to be passing laws which may later on be kasi when we pass it, that means the assumption is we understood the terms of what we
Yes.
passed, but the reality is are those to whom the law is addressed or are expected to follow the law, are the terms of the law clear to them?
I
So
assure you.
we have to make sure of that, Mr. President.
I assure you, Mr. President, that we will not attempt or try or be vague at all. There will be clear definition of terms. These new terms, they have to be explained because laws are meant to be understood and followed.
Thank you for that, Mr. President. So, I'll just go to the definition of terms. But how about on cultural mapping itself, Mr. President? Page 4, line 17, which is paragraph O. Is the definition of cultural mapping really easy to understand, Mr. President, or capable of understanding as presently written, Mr. President? Because
Tindihan ko eh.
kami po hindi namin masyado. Ito po ay definition of terms.
Okay. Ito na ba siya?
Okay. Cultural mapping
Okay.
shall refer to the approaches employed to identify, determine the significance of, record, and use cultural mapping resources and activities for the purpose of building and empowering communities. Period. It is a systematic set of activities and methodological processes for exploring, discovering, documenting, examining, analyzing, interpreting, presenting, and sharing information related to people, communities, societies, places, and their material products, practices, and narratives, period. So we have read this how many times, Mr. President? The difficulty is if you include the term in the term's definition, then we have a looping definition, Mr. President.
Mr. President, how would you want to further explain it? I must admit that I find it very exciting. And because I've been doing this for 20 years and I've been espousing this with LGUs, and it simply says that we inventory, we do a database, we study, we research, we document audio, visuals, written, tangible, intangible, movable, immovable, and document it to empower communities. And there's a toolkit that would assist communities to do that. So we can, I know what you're referring to. You want to take away cultural mapping resources because we are defining culture mapping. It can actually stand alone, and you say, determine the significance of, record, and use resources. We can use local resources. It was redundant because we simply wanted to say that these resources are for culture mapping, but it's understood that the resources to be used will be for culture mapping.
Yeah, Mr. President, there's an admission on the part of this representation that this is a complex subject matter as far as I am concerned. So let us not assume that it is understood. So let's try to refine the law so that those who are expected to follow the law, when they read the law, they will understand what they are supposed to follow. That is the suggestion from this representation.
Yes, Mr. President. I would be happy to receive your individual amendment to add or simplify the definition. But how do I explain it? Cultural mapping would be the documentation of our tangible and intangible heritage, of movable and immovable tangible heritage, of our intangible heritage, which would include rituals, language, textiles, culinary, biodiversity, etc. That's simple to me.
Thank you.
Is that simple enough?
Thank you, Mr. President. We will review the transcript. Anyway, Her Honor will give us time, diba, to propose individual amendments.
Yes,
We will review the transcript
You can enhance it.
to go over each and every word used by our sponsor on how to describe culture mapping. At least we avoided using the same term in the definition of the
Yes,
term.
we can just delete the one.
We should always do that as a rule, Mr. President.
Resources. Yeah.
We will do that as a rule. When we define something, we do not use it in its
Yes,
definition.
understood.
Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you for that suggestion.
So, Mr. President, So we have established that the grade levels come from the IRR. The law is catching up with the IRR, and then there are words there or concepts which will be defined. Okay. So let me now move on to my third point because tapos na po tayo sa second point. Anyway, 4 points lang po ito, no? As I've stated earlier. So malapit na po tayo, Mr. President. Siguro by 11, pwede na tayo mag-suspend by 11 p.m. The third one, Mr. President, is balik po tayo ron sa balik po tayo doon sa privileges for cultural property. Ito na po yung the priority protection, no? Priority protection from modification or demolition resulting from government projects. Government projects that may potentially affect the integrity of any grade 1 or grade 2 level property must have the Commission's approval at their planning stages prior to their implementation. Is this a restatement of existing law or is this a new power or concept introduced by the measure, Mr. President?
Is it in the, it's in the
Kasi
existing,
itong covered lang niya.
kaya nga, in the existing law.
Dito yun in times of conflict, di ba? Ito inayos niya to. Okay lang yan sa'yo. Yan na yan.
I am told, Mr. President, it's already in the existing law at the back.
May we know, may we get the citation, law and section number, Mr. President? Because we have not found it, Mr. President.
Is it part of the existing law that they're finding the provision?
Yes, Mr. President. Thank you. Pag binalik na tayo rito, yun na yun. Sa D yun. Pero itong ibago, tama? Double check nyo.
This is the existing law, right? Saan yan? The Department of Public Works and Highways, which shall be responsible in undertaking major infrastructure projects, specifically in the planning, design, construction, and maintenance of national roads and bridges as they impact on heritage structures or aspects of heritage conservation.
What? That's an incomplete idea, Mr. President. What law? We will read it together with the sponsor. May we know the law and the section?
This is the existing law, 166, Section 32, letter E.
Sige, Section 32, letter E. Can we have a minute suspension, Mr. President?
CR break.
Yes, sure. Session suspended. Yes, Mr. President, we have looked at the provision of law given by the sponsor, and maybe if the sponsor could clarify, because
Yes.
I don't think it is applicable to the situation at hand or the scenario that we ask. Yes, sir.
Thank you for that, Mr. President. I wanted to say that the DPWH would need to be consulted, no, the NCCA would need to be consulted as part of the body in the initial stages of the project, just like the EIA for environment impact assessment, so that the DPWH can be guided accordingly.
But then this section that we are discussing, which is Section 7, paragraph E, is worded differently. So this is most likely a new power, Mr. President. So if we can revisit these two, if we can revisit, this is a new power because it is stated this way. This is about the privileges for grade 1 or grade 2 level properties. Priority protection from modification or demolition resulting from government projects. Government projects that may potentially affect the integrity of any grade 1 or grade 2 level property must have the Commission's approval at their planning stages prior to their implementation. So from the wording itself, we go beyond the consultation or coordination, Mr. President. So if we can ask for a revisiting of the said provision, Mr. President. It's because it's apparently a new concept, it's a new power being given to the Commission.
Are you, Mr. President, are you not comfortable with the term the Commission's approval? And so it would be at the planning stages.
It's with the
consultation.
mandatory nature, Mr. President. When in statutory construction, when you use the word must, that connotes
So,
mandatoriness.
but
Tama ba?
Your Honor agrees that they should be consulted and must be part of the planning stages. In the planning
Consultation, I
stages.
think, is in existing law,
Okay.
as explained to me
Okay.
during the break,
We will
Mr.
reword,
President.
we will reword it, Mr. President, for your approval, for everyone's approval, so that it would mean that they are consulted at the planning stages.
That's good, Mr. President. But if we are just going to restate existing law, my attitude is do not restate existing law because we might be changing now the meaning or intention of the existing law.
What is the suggestion of your Honor?
We do not give this new power to the Commission, Mr. President, which amounts to a veto power over government projects. Because as explained to me during the break, existing law already provides a procedure where there is where the Commission can issue a cease and desist order
Yes.
to stop or to slow down
Yes,
a
Mr.
wayward project, Mr. President.
I understand what you mean, Mr. President, and it is not in the existing law. May I state that this representation, since I chaired the Committee on Finance, and you have been agreeing to the budget, that I put this as part of a special provision in Section 39 in the protection of built heritage, cultural properties, and cultural landscapes, alteration, renovation, or demolition of government buildings and open spaces declared or presumed to be important cultural properties by government cultural agencies concerned shall be undertaken only upon prior approval of the said government cultural agencies and proper consultation with stakeholders and cultural groups to be administered by the NCCA. This includes a protection of the site line with regard to built heritage, cultural properties, and cultural landscapes. In addition, the DPWH will be responsible in the planning, design, construction, maintenance of national roads as an impact on heritage structures or aspects or heritage conservation pursuant to RA 166. So
That's
that's
a special provision in
it's a special provision
the
our
budget. Yes, so
for many years, up to the present
yes,
year,
so
since 2015. And I actually gave them this provision, which does not exist in our 209 heritage law, so they can adopt it as a special, as a new provision in this proposed measure.
And as I understand it, special provisions in the GAA are effective for the calendar year.
Yes.
Covered
that's
by
the
the
reason
GAA.
why
So,
this is introduced every year.
yes.
And in fact, I don't have to introduce the amendment because the current chair, Senator Angara, already includes it every year.
And it has not been tested, it has not been questioned
not been
before,
questioned.
before court.
Yes, you
So,
had it for 8
so
years.
thank you for that clarification, but at least, so it has found its way into the GAA, and then we have to do this yearly or annually, so that it's
And-
always a special provision, Mr.
Yes,
President.
so I gave it to them,
So-
just in case the body would agree, so that I don't have to include it every year. Although when I was not in this chamber, I didn't have to insert it in Congress. The chair just continued the practice of making it a special provision.
So thank you for pointing that out. So in the budget process, we will discuss, we will revisit this, the special provision, Mr. President.
Would you agree to having that provision in this bill so that it is stronger than just having it annually in the GAA?
I know that is the, I think that is the purpose, Mr. President, but I have a problem with the wording,
You can-
how it is currently phrased.
If we agree on the concept, you can, I can adjust to the wording that you would be comfortable with. And my intention was simply to further protect.
Yes, we get it, Mr. President. So at any rate, Mr. President, before we move on to our fourth point, I think we have agreed to, if we could suspend the consideration of the measure so we could study more in-depth the fourth point, which is about the visual there are three terms used in the measure para alam na rin natin lahat. Visual sight line, visual corridor and or line of sight, and visual impact. So pare-pareho ba itong tatlong ito o iba-iba? Because kung iba-iba, we will have to discuss anong kaibahan itong tatlong ito, Mr. President. So, but we will, I think we will have time, no? But this is, we can categorize this as the visual sight line. Yes. So,
We will discuss that, whether we use one term or because there's a little, I think there's a difference between visual impact and the sight line. The sight, okay, I will not interpret it for them. We will discuss it
yes,
by Monday.
yes, all the more we need time because if those are three different concepts, they will really need to discuss also how they are differentiated from each other. 3, 2, or Mr. President. So at this point, Mr. President, siguro, I think we can suspend my interpellation, Mr. President. So we will be left with more or less one subject matter to discuss when we resume, Mr. President.
Thank you. I really appreciate, Mr. President, the interventions of the good minority leader and the help and support of the Senate President as well and the majority leader, so that on Monday we are left with a visual sight line issue and put the best language, although conceptually we agree that there must be some degree of protection. So thank you very much, Mr.
Yes, we'd
President.
like to thank the minority leader for pointing that out, making us aware of the possible constitutional and legal issues. If we consider it to or continue it to be vague in its proposal, and of course on the issue of assigning that obligation to another entity without the proper law in place. So thank you to the two members of this chamber for that and enlightening us and coming up with a very vibrant discussion on the topic.
Yes,
Majority-
Mr. President, and let us put on record that we all learned a lot today with the discussions of our minority leader and our Senate President pro tempore. We were able to thresh out, Mr. President, most if not all of the contentious issues of this measure. And there's already meeting of the minds, Mr. President, especially on the principle and spirit of the measure we wanted to pass, hopefully by Monday, Mr. President.
Yes.
So with that, Mr. President, I move that we suspend consideration of Senate Bill number 1841. So move, Mr. President.
There being no objection to the motion, Senate Bill 1841 is suspended.
Mr. President, some of the admin matters, but before that, may I move that we proceed with additional reference of business?
Yes.
So
There
move.
being no objection to the motion, the Secretary, please proceed for the additional reference of business.
Additional reference of business resolutions. Proposed resolution number 536, urging the Committee on Sustainable Development Goals, Innovation and Futures Thinking to conduct an inquiry on the status of human resources for health in the Philippines by Senators Cayetano P. and Villanueva.
To the Committees on Sustainable Development Goals and Futures Thinking.
537, directing the Senate Committee on Environment, Natural Resources and Climate Change to conduct an inquiry on the escalating oil spill from the sunken tanker MT Princess Empress that is causing surmounting damages to the marine ecosystem and biodiversity, among its other adverse effects. Senator Villar C.
The Committee on Environment, Natural Resources and Climate Change.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Mr. President. Senator Cynthia Villar is very happy with that referral.
Yes,
Mr.
and I
President.
believe they should
And-
be hearing that issue
Yes,
immediately
which is very
to get to the
important,
bottom
Mr.
of this
President.
oil spill.
Yes, Mr. President. Mr. President, pursuant to Section 18 of the Rules of the Senate and with the conformity of the Chairperson of the Committee on Economic Affairs, Senator Grace Poe, may I manifest for the record the creation of subcommittee to tackle Senate Bill number 158, or the Comprehensive Infrastructure Development Master Plan, with Senator J.V. Ejercito as chairperson. I so manifest, Mr. President.
There be no objection, manifestation noted.
Mr. President, with the consent of the body, I move to transfer the committee referral of Senate Bill number 122. This is the multi-species marine hatchery in the municipality of Talacogon, Agusan del Sur, from the Committee on Rules to the Committees on Agriculture, Food, and Agrarian Reform and Finance. So move, Mr. President.
There be no objection, the motion is approved.
Mr. President, with the consent of the body, I move to transfer the committee referral of the following Senate resolutions, from the Committee on Rules to the Committee on Justice and Human Rights. Senate Resolution number 488, Defense of former President Rodrigo Roa Duterte in investigation or prosecution by International Criminal Court, and Senate Resolution number 492, opposition of the Senate to the International Criminal Court investigation on crimes committed during Duterte administration. I so move, Mr. President.
There being no objection, motion is approved.
Nilagay ko na sa Justice and Rights off. Thank you, Mr. President. It's a long and arduous day, but very fruitful, Mr. President.
Very fruitful.
Mr. President, I move that we adjourn the session until 3 o'clock in the afternoon of Monday, March 13, 2023.
There be no objection, the session is adjourned until 3 o'clock in the afternoon of Monday, March 13, 2023. Have a good evening and a safe evening, everyone.